Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
I am not sending this to the police. I am sending it to you. Because what happened to me that night does not feel like something they can file under accident or mental health incident and move on from. It feels like something that belongs in the dark corner of the internet, where people listen to strangers at 3 a.m. and quietly think, that could have been me. I thought she was just a soaked, confused girl on the side of the road, until my dashcam showed her face pressed against the inside of my window. This was late October, just outside Grand Rapids, Michigan. I had just finished another closing shift at the grocery store off East Beltline. You know the type of night I'm talking about. The store is dead after midnight. The neon hums louder than the customers. The coffee in the break room tastes like it has been sitting since lunchtime. By the time I finally clocked out, it was a little after 2 in the morning. The parking lot outside was almost empty, just pools of yellow light and the sound of my own footsteps on wet asphalt. Normally, I take 131 straight home. 20 minutes, highway, cruise control, heater on low, some random playlist whispering through the speakers. That night, the overhead signs were flashing construction, detour, and all traffic was funneled off toward the smaller, darker roads that run along the Rogue River. I was tired, but not the kind of tired that makes you see things. Tired enough to want my bed, awake enough to drive. The dash clock said 2:31 a.m. The temperature read 30-something degrees, and the fog over the river was so low it looked like it was trying to climb onto the pavement. That was when I saw her. At first, she was just a dark shape on the edge of my high beams, something my brain filed away as roadkill or a trash bag. Then the shape moved. 2 bare hands came up, white against the wet asphalt, and a girl dragged herself out of the ditch and into the lane, water streaming off her clothes. I want you to picture this clearly, because this is the moment everything in my life split into before and after. A 2-lane road, no streetlights, just my Civic, the sound of my heater, and a girl on all fours in front of me, in the middle of nowhere, at 2:31 in the morning. And the worst part is not what I saw as I swerved around her. It is what the dashcam showed me later, when I was safe at home, lights on, volume low, and realized that while my car was flying past her, her face was not outside my window anymore. It was pressed against the inside. 1.1, closing shift, limbo. I am 29, and most nights my day starts when everyone else's is already over. By the time all of this happened, I had been doing closing shifts at the same grocery store off East Beltline, just outside Grand Rapids, Michigan, long enough for the layout of the aisles to feel more familiar than my own apartment. The store looks normal enough when the sun is up, but after midnight it turns into something else. Too bright, too empty, too clean in a way that makes you notice every sound. That night started like 100 others. The intercom crackled one last time, that tired recorded voice announcing that the store was now closed, thanking the valued customers who had already walked out 15 minutes earlier. The music cut off mid-song. The automatic doors at the front slid shut and stayed that way. Somewhere in frozen foods, the floor scrubber whined as it took one last lap. In the back, the break room hummed under a single rectangle of fluorescent light. It is not a big space. Just a few plastic tables, metal chairs, a stained microwave, a coffee machine that has seen better decades, and a vending machine that sounds like it is dying a slow, mechanical death. The bulb over my usual table buzzed loud enough that you could almost feel it in your teeth. The coffee that night was old. I poured the last of it into a paper cup, watched the tired brown stream struggle out of the pot, and knew before I even took a sip that it would taste burnt. It did. It had that sour edge coffee gets when it has been sitting on the hot plate too long. But at 2 a.m, caffeine is caffeine. The little fridge in the corner cycled on and off with a low rattle like it was clearing its throat. The vending machine next to it clicked every few seconds, lights flickering over stale chips and crooked candy bars. Somebody had left a half-eaten sandwich still in its plastic triangle container on the edge of the table across from me, next to a schedule printout with highlighter marks on it. The whole room smelled faintly like reheated food, old coffee, and cleaning chemicals. Not awful, just used. It was 2:07 a.m. when I checked my phone. Mostly out of boredom, I lifted it and snapped a photo of the room. Empty chairs, humming lights, the microwave door hanging slightly open. On the screen, it looked even stranger, the fluorescent glare washing all the color out until it could have been anywhere or nowhere. It looked like one of those images people post with captions like, "This feels like a level in a liminal horror game." I typed exactly that to a friend. "Tell me this doesn't look like a liminal horror level," and attached the picture. The little delivered indicator popped up. No reply. By that hour, nobody in my life was awake to answer. That is the part no one tells you about working nights. It is not just being tired all the time. It is living on a different clock than everybody else. My phone lights up in the afternoons, when I am half asleep with blackout curtains drawn. By midnight, when I am straightening shelf labels and listening to last-minute shoppers argue about coupons, the chats are already winding down. At 2 a.m, sitting alone under buzzing lights with a cup of burnt coffee, you might as well be the only person left in town. When my 15 minutes were up, I clocked out, tossed the empty cup, and pushed the heavy back door open. The change in sound hit me before the cold did. Inside, everything had been noise layered on noise. Music, compressors, fans, distant voices. Outside, in the small loading area behind the store, there was just the muffled rush of the highway somewhere far away and the soft drip of water from the edge of the roof. The sky was overcast, no stars, just a dull orange glow reflected from the city miles off. The asphalt in the parking lot was still damp from an earlier drizzle, shining in patches under tall sodium lights. The air had that sharp, damp bite to it that tells you winter is close. From where I stood, the parking lot looked almost staged. A few scattered cars hunched under the lamps, their windshields dark. A lone shopping cart had rolled away from the corral and tipped onto its side, one wheel still twitching slowly like it had not yet accepted defeat. A white plastic bag skated along the ground until it snagged on a bit of dead shrub near the edge of the sidewalk and fluttered there, snapping in the light wind. Up near the roofline, a red dot winked on and off where one of the security cameras watched the empty asphalt. No one walked past. No cars pulled in. The store's lit sign glowed over dark glass doors at the front, advertising decent prices to nobody. My car sat where I always parked it on late shifts, middle of the lot. Not too close to the building, not too far. A silver Honda Civic that had seen better paint jobs, with a slight dent on the back bumper and a layer of road grime on its sides. Stuck to the inside of the windshield, just below the rearview mirror, was my dash cam. Cheap plastic, tiny lens, blue power light pulsing patiently. My dad insisted on it after a guy tried to blame me for a fender bender in a snowstorm 2 years back. The footage had shown my brake lights, his slide, the whole thing in ugly clarity. Ever since, Dad has acted like the little camera is a guardian angel. "Keep it running," he texts every so often. "You never know what you'll catch." I unlocked the car with a chirp that sounded too loud in the empty lot, slid into the driver's seat, and pulled the door shut behind me. For a moment, I just sat there without turning the engine on, listening to how quiet it was inside the cabin. Outside, the lot was a big, damp echo chamber. In here, it was just the faint crackle of the seat fabric under my weight and the distant thud of my own heartbeat. When I twisted the key, the engine turned over and settled into that familiar low hum. The dashboard lit up in soft oranges and greens. The heater fan started slow, then picked up, pushing a stream of lukewarm air against my hands. My phone connected to the car with a dull bloop, the Bluetooth icon popping up on the small screen in the center console. A song drifted in at low volume, more a suggestion than real music. I like it that way. After a shift full of announcements, beeping registers, voices asking where things are, and kids screaming about cereal, the drive home is mine. I keep the volume low enough that I can still hear the sound of the tires on the road, the way the engine strain changes when I go up a hill, the faint whistle of air at the window seals. Those are the sounds that mean safe to me. The road itself is usually simple. From the store, I pull out onto East Beltline, follow it for a minute, then swing onto US 131 South. 20 minutes of highway. White lines, green signs, occasional headlights, and I am off at my exit, rolling through quieter neighborhood streets to my apartment complex. Most nights, I can do it half asleep, muscle memory steering while my brain drifts. That night, the routine broke before I even reached the on-ramp. As I approached the turn for 131, the darkness ahead flashed with amber letters from a portable sign parked on the shoulder. 31 South closed overnight work, detour. The ramp was blocked by a neat row of orange barrels, their reflective stripes catching my headlights. I could see other vehicles already snaking away on side streets, taillights threading into the trees. A spike of tired annoyance went through me. I just wanted my 20 minutes of familiar road and then my bed. Instead, the GPS on my phone vibrated and cheerfully rerouted, the blue lines spinning away from the highway and drawing a new path along thinner gray roads. The name at the top of the screen made me hesitate, just for a second. Packer Drive NE. A narrow road that ran along the Rogue River. I had driven parts of it in daylight once or twice, following a friend's car to a cookout. I remembered trees, a glimpse of water, a feeling that if you went off the edge there, no one would find you for a while. Now it was the only clean line on the map. Everything else was red with traffic or construction. I sighed, nudged the turn signal up, and told myself it was just a longer way home. Just an extra 15 minutes on a different stretch of asphalt. Just trees and a river and the same old Civic, with the same old dash cam blinking quietly at the windshield. I left the glow of the main road behind and followed the arrow on the screen toward a darker part of the map, not knowing that a stupid orange detour sign had just set me up for a drive I would never be able to forget. 1.2. The shape on the road, Packer Drive, swallowed me faster than I expected. 1 minute I still had a little bit of city glow behind me, that soft orange haze that leaks over everything near the highway. The next minute it was gone, eaten by trees. The road narrowed, the world collapsed down to 2 painted lines and whatever my headlights could touch. Everything else was just gone. It was late October in Michigan, the kind of night the weather app says is 37. but feels colder because the damp gets under your clothes. The fog was low and mean, hanging over the ditches like a thin white blanket, hugging the surface of the Rogue River off to my right. The trees on both sides of the road grew close together, their trunks and branches forming a black cage overhead. There were almost no streetlights out there, just the occasional lonely reflector post flashing by like a metronome. My headlights did all the work. They carved out a narrow tunnel of pale light ahead of me, a cone that caught the wet sheen of the asphalt and turned it into a rolling strip of glass. Outside that tunnel, the darkness felt thick, the kind that could hide anything a couple of feet off the shoulder, and you would never know. Inside the car, it was warm and small and full of familiar noises. The heater hummed low, blowing just enough warm air to cut the chill rising off the floorboards. The wipers moved back and forth in a slow, steady rhythm, swish, 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 as they cleared the thin mist from the windshield. Every few passes, they made a tiny squeak at the corner, like a mouse complaining. The dash clock glowed a soft, dull green. 2:31 a.m. I remember that number clearly, more clearly than what songs were playing or what thoughts I was having. At 2:31, I was alone on a river road I barely used, in a car my dad worried about, with a cheap dash cam blinking blue at the windshield. Nothing about that should have been special. Then my lights found the shape. It appeared out of the dark, the way things sometimes do when you are tired. You are sure the road was empty a second ago, but suddenly there is something there that your brain has to scramble to categorize. It sat at the very edge of my high beams, just inside the reach of the light. A dark lump hugging the line where the asphalt dropped into the ditch. At first glance, it was nothing, just a darker patch on an already dark road. My mind stamped it with familiar labels without asking me. Trash bag, pile of branches, maybe a blown-out tire someone had left there. A low, hunched silhouette, no edges, no movement. Still, my foot came off the gas. Not a full brake, just that instinctive easing up you do when something in the road does not look quite right. The engine tone dropped a little. The speedometer needle slid down a few miles per hour, and the hiss of the tires quieted. The shape stayed where it was, refusing to make sense. As I crept closer, the fog shifted, curling around it, thinning just enough that the beam from my headlights could cut through. Details started to appear, a hint of texture, the faint curve of something that might be a shoulder, the suggestion of hair. That was when a small part of me, the part that was not exhausted autopilot, whispered, "That is not a branch." I think I would have convinced myself otherwise if it had stayed still, but it did not. The first movement was small enough that I thought my eyes were glitching. The top of the shape shuddered, then tilted. Something pale flashed against the black, fingers spreading out, reaching. Then both hands appeared, sliding out of the dark like they were being unwrapped. They were wrong in that way only human hands can be when you see them where they should not be. 5 long fingers, skin pale and slick, planted flat on the wet asphalt. The light caught on water running off them, tracing the knuckles, pooling in the V between thumb and palm. The fingertips flexed, nails scraping just enough that I imagined the sound even over the hum of the car. The rest of the shape began to unfold around those hands. Elbows pressed down, shoulders lifted, a head drooped low between them. It was like watching someone stand up in slow motion after being knocked flat, except they were not standing. They were dragging. She pulled herself up out of the ditch and onto the road. I could see now that it was a girl or a young woman. It is hard to tell where that line is. Her clothes came out of the darkness in pieces. The curve of a sleeve, the outline of a hood, the clinging shape of a sweatshirt plastered to her body by water. The fabric was so soaked it shone, dark blue or black, hard to tell in my headlights, beads of water rolling off in little streams. Every movement sent a spray of droplets flying. They caught the light, tiny sparks bursting around her hands and knees as she crawled. Her jeans were darker only because they were drenched, knees slick with whatever mixture of river water and ditch grime she had dragged herself through. My heart started pounding in a way that felt too loud for the small space of the car. I went for the brake on instinct, stomping it harder than I should have. The front end of the Civic dipped. The tires groaned against the wet pavement. For a second, I felt that horrible, weightless moment where the wheel turns, but the car does not respond, where you are a little sled pushed by your own momentum. Panic spiked. Images of the car spinning out, slamming sideways into the trees, or sliding straight across into the river flashed through my head in a rush. I eased off the pedal just enough for the ABS to catch. Felt the shudder under my foot as it grabbed and released. Grabbed and released. The steering wheel vibrated in my hands, little tremors running through the column. My headlights washed fully over her now. She was in the lane, exactly where a person should never be. She staggered forward on all fours, one hand slapping down, then the other, knees slipping slightly on the slick road, as if she were trying to reach something ahead of her. Not the shoulder, not the guardrail, the light. That was the part that made my skin crawl later, when I played it back in my mind. She did not move like someone trying to escape danger. She moved like someone trying to climb into my beams, to stay in that narrow, bright tunnel with me. The heater hummed. The wipers kept their steady swish. The clock on the dash still glowed 2:31 a.m., uncaring. She lifted her head a little higher, and I finally saw her face. Her hair was long and dark, hanging in thick, wet strands that stuck to her cheeks and jaw. Droplets clung to the ends, fattened, fell, and were replaced by more. Through the curtain of hair, parts of her features showed in pieces. The line of her cheekbone, the pale bridge of her nose, the shape of her mouth. Her lips were parted, breathing hard, each exhale a burst of white vapor in the cold air. It came out in ragged puffs, fog that drifted up and then shredded in my headlights. Her eyes were what froze me. They were too wide. Not just scared wide, but stretched, like whatever had frightened her had yanked them open and left them that way. They locked on mine through the glass, the way people say a deer will fixate on oncoming headlights. But this did not feel like animal confusion. It felt like recognition, like she saw me specifically in that second. Her hoodie was a dark color, maybe navy, maybe black. If there was a logo or college name on the front, I could not read it. The fabric was plastered to her chest in wet folds. The hood hung back, heavy with water. The whole effect was of someone who had been submerged and clawed her way out with nothing but stubborn will. There was no time to think in sentences, just impulses. Brake and hit her, swerve and maybe miss her, stop and maybe die for it, keep going and live with it. Something in me chose the middle path. I did not slam to a complete stop. I did not floor it straight at her. I nudged the wheel left, just enough to drift toward the yellow center line, trying to thread my car through the space between her and the drop-off without losing control. As I passed, the distance between us collapsed to almost nothing. She was right there, in the harsh cone of my lights, in my peripheral vision and my direct vision at the same time. Close enough that I could see the individual droplets clinging to her eyelashes, trembling at the edge before they fell. Close enough that, for a heartbeat, her open mouth lined up perfectly with the shape of my passenger window. I remember thinking, insanely, "Do not look at the window. Do not look at the window." And of course, my eyes flicked toward it anyway. That was when it happened. A sound exploded against the right side of the car. A single, flat bang, like someone had slapped the door with an open, soaking wet hand as hard as they could. It was not a thud like a body hitting metal. It was a crack, sharp and immediate, reverberating through the frame, straight into my ribs. I flinched so hard my shoulders hit the seat, my grip on the wheel jolting. My head ducked instinctively, as if getting lower in the seat could somehow make a difference at highway speed on a narrow river road. For a moment, the only thing I could hear was my own heartbeat, hammering in my ears. Thump, 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 drowning out the engine, the heater, even the wipers. And then the car was past her, the shape already falling back into the red glow of my taillights, and the road ahead of me was empty again. 1.3. The first decision. I did not go very far. After that slap against the passenger door, after that glimpse of her collapsing in the wash of my taillights, my brain was not really driving anymore. My body was. My foot eased back onto the gas out of pure reflex, as if more speed could somehow put what I had just seen behind me faster. The road unspooled ahead, empty again. Trees, guardrail, the suggestion of water beyond. The tunnel of light from my headlights crawled forward like nothing had happened. Inside the car, my world had shrunk to a few sounds. The steady growl of the engine, the low hiss of the tires on wet pavement, the heater humming, and my own breathing, too fast and too loud. I could hear it over everything else, sharp in and out, fogging a little patch of glass directly in front of my face. My hands were slick on the steering wheel. I had to force my fingers to loosen. They wanted to stay locked in place. My chest felt tight, not just from adrenaline, but from something heavier, guilt already starting to grow like a stone. I had just almost hit someone. No, worse. I had seen someone in the road, alive and crawling, and my first reaction had been to think, trap. Clips I had seen online flashed through my mind, overlapping. Grainy dashcam footage of fake accident setups. Stories about people pretending to be hurt so drivers would stop. Then 3 or 4 guys rushing out from the trees. I thought of thumbnails with red circles and arrows and titles like, "I almost fell for this highway trap," or "Carjacking scam caught on camera." There was also the local story from a couple of weeks before. Walmart on Alpine, late night, someone had staged a minor fender bender in the parking lot. When the victim got out to exchange insurance, 2 other men had appeared and shoved him into the back seat, tried to take his car. He had fought them off with his keys, but the whole thing had turned into a warning on the news. Be careful who you stop for after dark. That warning echoed now in the cabin of my Civic. I drove maybe 200-300 yards, just enough for the curve I had been on to straighten out, for the spot where I had seen her to vanish into the dark behind me. My foot stayed heavy on the gas for longer than I want to admit. Then another thought cut through all the fear. If that had been you out there, crawling out of a ditch next to a freezing river, would you want people to just keep going? My stomach clenched. I let off the gas, this time completely. The car began to slow, the engine sound dropping. I motioned toward the brake but did not slam it. I eased down with slow, steady pressure, feeling the nose of the car dip just enough, letting the tires keep their grip. The hazard lights ticked under my thumb before I even realized I had hit the button. Click, click, click. Orange flashes bounced off the wet road in front of me, illuminating nothing but fog and guardrail. There was a narrow gravel pull-off on the right, barely big enough for one car, marked by a faded red and white sign that said, "No parking, fire lane." It was the only piece of flat ground that was not ditch or trees. I guided the car into it, the tires crunching over loose rock, the edge of the pavement dropping away under the right-hand wheels. When I stopped fully, the engine idled a little unevenly, shivering through the frame. The hazard lights kept pulsing, casting warm orange light around the interior of the car in a slow rhythm. My breath sounded even louder in here, bouncing back at me from the windows. I put the transmission in park but kept my hands on the wheel. I stared straight ahead, pulses of light gliding over the guardrail and a suggestion of the river's surface beyond. Between each flash, everything went almost completely black. If I turned around, if I went back, there were two possible stories. In one, I found her still alive, pulled myself together long enough to help, maybe dragged her out of the lane or wrapped a blanket around her shoulders, called for help. In that story, I could live with myself. In the other, I stopped, stepped out, and found out exactly why people stage things in the road at night. A second, third, fourth person emerging from the tree line, cold metal against the side of my head, an order to hand over my keys, my wallet, my phone. Maybe worse. My grip tightened on the steering wheel. The hazard lights kept ticking. Click, 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 like a clock marking out the seconds I had left to decide. I did not get out of the car. I reached for my phone instead. My fingers were trembling badly enough that I almost dropped it. The screen lit up painfully bright in the dark cabin, reflective glare overlaying my own pale, wide-eyed face. For a stupid second, I started to tap in my passcode wrong. Then I corrected, swiped to the dialer, and hit 9-1. My thumb slipped. The call screen blinked away. Instead, I got a text window open with my friend's name at the top. My heart lurched with irritation at myself, a weird, embarrassing flash of anger that, in a situation like this, I was still screwing up my own screen. I closed it, took a deeper breath that did not help much, and hit 911 again. The phone rang once, twice. Then a calm female voice answered, clean and clear in my ear, somehow colder than the night outside. 911, what is your emergency? For a second, the words stuck. I had to push them out. There's somebody in the road, I said. On Packer Drive. Near the Rogue River, I think. A girl. She crawled out of the ditch, like from the river. She's in the lane. Okay, the operator said, the way people do when they are trying to smooth out someone else's panic. I need you to take a breath and tell me exactly where you are. I craned my neck, squinting through the windshield at the nearest reflector post, the way the road curved, trying to orient myself. I'm on Packer Drive NE, heading, south, I think. There's a fire lane pull-off, a no parking sign. I just passed where she was. I had to swerve. I didn't hit her, but it was close. Is she injured? I don't know. She was crawling, wet, like completely soaked, head to toe. She came up from the ditch and onto the road. My throat tightened around the image of her hands on the asphalt. She looked wrong, cold, maybe hypothermic, I don't know. Okay. Are you in your vehicle right now? Yes. Are your doors locked? I glanced at the little orange indicators on the door panel. Yeah, they're locked. Good. I want you to stay in your vehicle. Do not exit your car. Do you understand? Yes. Stay on the line with me. Units are being dispatched to your location. I swallowed, nodded even though she could not see me, and shifted the phone to speaker so I could keep both hands free. Her voice filled the cabin, a controlled presence in the dark. "Can you still see the subject from your position?" she asked. I hesitated. "Not from here. I pulled past. I'd have to back up." "Okay. If you can safely reverse your vehicle to get visual on her again, do so slowly. Keep your hazard lights on." Hazards. Click, click, click. I gripped the shifter, moved it from park to reverse, and let my foot up slowly from the brake. The car rolled backward, a cautious crawl. The gravel under my tires crackled, then gave way to the smoother feel of asphalt again as I eased back toward the curve. My headlights swung, their beams sliding across trees and fog, then finally catching the pale line of the center stripe and that darker patch ahead where she had been. "Talk to me," the operator said. "Tell me what you see." I swallowed, throat dry. "Hang on." The car crept backward, the hazard lights still pulsing. In the mirror, the darkness behind me thickened and then thinned as my own beams washed over it. Then, suddenly, the light fell on her again. She was no longer crawling. She lay crosswise in the lane now, as if she had simply tipped over and never gotten up. One arm was flung out at a strange angle, fingers limp. The other rested near her chest. Her legs were splayed, one foot half in the ditch, one on the double yellow. Her hair spread in a dark halo around her head on the wet pavement, soaking up light. For a moment, she looked exactly like a body you would see on the news, wrapped in blurred pixels. My stomach dropped as if someone had yanked the floor out from under me. She's lying down," I said. "On the road. She's not moving." "Is she breathing?" "Not that I can see. I might be looking at a dead body," I heard myself say, and my own words made something cold ignite along my spine. "Stay in the vehicle," the operator repeated. "Help is on the way. Do not approach her. Can you position your car so your headlights illuminate her fully?" I adjusted the angle slightly, letting the beams fall directly on her. Her clothing shone wet. In the harsh light, her skin looked even paler, almost waxy. But sometimes people look like that when they are unconscious. I clung to that thought. Far behind me, a new glow appeared on the curve. A pair of headlights cresting the bend, moving too fast. "There's another car coming," I said. "They're not going to see." "Keep your hazards on," the operator said. "They will see you. Stay calm." The oncoming car's lights got brighter, twin stars bearing down. I watched, heart hammering against my ribs again, as the vehicle drew closer, its beams suddenly catching the figure in the road. For a terrifying split second, it looked like they were going to plow right into her. Then their brake lights flared, blazing red. The car lurched, nose dipping, the screech of tires carrying even through my closed windows, high and sharp. They swerved violently toward the opposite lane, their right wheels spitting up water from the edge of the ditch as they barely missed her outstretched arm. They did not stop. They corrected, wobbled, then accelerated away into the darkness, their taillights shrinking and vanishing like nothing had happened. I stared after them, stunned. They almost hit her. They just kept going. "You have done the right thing by stopping and calling," the operator said in my ear. "Officers are very close now." As if on cue, far off down the road, a distant wail started up, the rising and falling cry of a siren. It grew louder with each second, joined by another, until the quiet river road sounded like the outskirts of a crime scene. Blue and red light burst through the fog before the vehicles themselves appeared, turning the trees into flickering silhouettes. A patrol car swung around the bend, then another behind it, their light bars painting the wet asphalt in frantic strips of color. An ambulance followed, its headlights bright and clinical. I pulled over as far as I could, giving them room. One cruiser eased in behind me. The other angled across the road to block traffic that was not likely to come. The ambulance stopped at an angle near the girl's body, back doors already swinging open before it had fully rolled to a halt. I stayed where I was. Through the windshield, lit by those rotating blues and reds and my own static headlights, the whole scene played out like something from a movie watched with the sound turned down. 2 EMTs jumped out, one rolling a stretcher, the other carrying a bag. A police officer approached from the side, flashlight slicing through the beams. One EMT knelt beside her, fingers pressing at her neck, then at the inside of her wrist. The other unfolded a blanket, shaking it out with a practiced snap before laying it gently over her legs and torso. They moved quickly but not frantically, in that efficient way that says they have done this too many times. The radio on the officer's shoulder crackled, a mess of static and clipped words I could not make out through the glass. I could hear the ambulance's engine idling, a deep mechanical breath underlying the higher, intermittent wail of a siren left on low. The back doors slammed once, hard, as someone inside shifted equipment. I was distantly aware that I was still breathing too fast, that my hands were still shaking in my lap. Somewhere on the line, the 911 operator's voice continued, softer now, confirming unit numbers, asking me to stay put until an officer could speak with me. One of the EMTs glanced back toward my car. For half a second, our eyes met across the wash of lights and distance. He lifted his hand and gave the smallest thumbs up, a quick, almost unconscious gesture. I did not realize how tightly I had been holding myself until that moment. My shoulders slumped. Some of the ice in my chest cracked. She was alive. Whatever else was happening, she was not a corpse in the road. I had not imagined her. A knock at my window made me jump hard enough that I hit my knee on the steering column. I turned to see a uniformed officer standing there, his face shadowed under the brim of his hat, blue and red lights chasing themselves across his features. I lowered the window an inch, just enough to hear him. "You the one who called it in?" he asked. His voice was firm, but not unkind. "Yeah," I said, my own voice strange in my ears. "That was me." He asked for my name, my license, a quick rundown of what I had seen, where she was when I first spotted her, how she had moved, whether I had seen anyone else. I stumbled through it, trying to keep my sentences in order. At one point, his gaze flicked up to the little device stuck to my windshield. "Is that a dash cam?" I nodded. It should have gotten everything, from when I turned onto this road. "If you're willing," he said, "we'd like a copy of that footage. It could help us figure out how she ended up out here." "Yeah," I said. "Of course." He jotted something on a pad, then hesitated, studying me like he was debating whether to share something. "You're not the first call we've had about her tonight," he said finally. Neighbors over on Rogue Ridge reported a girl knocking on doors, walking through yards, just saying hello over and over, and then leaving before they could get a good look. Same description. Dark hoodie, soaking wet. He jerked his chin toward the bundled figure on the ground. "Probably the same one. Been wandering a while before you almost ran her over." The idea of her moving through backyards and porches for hours, dripping on people's doormats, saying hello to strangers, and then vanishing back into the dark, made something in my gut twist. "Go ahead and head home once they're loaded up," he added. "We've got everything we need from you for now. Bring that footage by the station when you can." I nodded, rolled the window back up. and watched as they lifted her onto the stretcher, blanket wrapped tight, head lolling slightly to the side. They slid her into the back of the ambulance, the doors shut with a metallic finality that seemed too loud for the thin strip of road. When I finally pulled away, the blue and red lights shrank in my rearview mirror, swallowed by fog and trees. The heater in my car hummed steady, pushing warm air toward my feet. The hazard lights were off now. The cabin was dark except for the pale glow of the dash and the occasional flash of my turn signal. But as I drove, the smell of damp earth and river water clung to the interior like it had seeped in through the seams. Every bump in the road made me feel like there was extra weight in the back seat, a presence sitting there quietly, just out of sight. I told myself it was nothing, just adrenaline leftovers, just my imagination filling in shadows. Even so, I did not look into the rearview mirror more than I had to for the rest of the drive home. 2.1. Trying to go back to normal, I slept like someone had turned me off at the wall. When I finally came back up out of it, it was not some peaceful, cinematic waking. It was abrupt, ugly. I surfaced all at once with my heart already beating too fast, my jaw clenched like I had been grinding my teeth. For a couple of seconds, I did not know where I was. I just saw white ceiling, heard a low mechanical rumble, and felt the weight of blankets pinning my legs. Then the rest of the room drifted into focus. My apartment is not much. It was never meant to be forever, just a place I could afford on night shift pay. White walls that never quite look clean, a popcorn ceiling that sheds tiny bits of itself whenever the upstairs neighbor stomps around. Beige carpet worn thin along the natural paths people walk. Door to kitchen, kitchen to couch, couch to bathroom. The bedroom is barely big enough for a full-size bed, a narrow dresser, and a lopsided nightstand someone left out by the dumpsters 2 summers ago. A single, cheap blind covers the window, slats angled halfway open. Through them, I could see the color of the day, too bright for morning, too flat for sunset. Must have been early afternoon already, the kind of light that makes everything inside look washed out. From the other side of the thin wall, the fridge in my little kitchen rattled to life, its compressor starting up with a tired click that I had stopped hearing months ago unless I really listened. The heater followed a moment later with a hollow thump somewhere in the building's bones, pushing a thin warmth up through the vents. I lay there staring at a crack in the paint above me, trying to hold on to the softness of the bed and not the memory of cold, wet asphalt. It did not work. That sound came back first, not the sirens, not the wail of the ambulance or the chatter of the radios. Just the flat, shocking bang against the passenger door. The way it had rolled through the frame of the car and straight into my spine. The way my body had flinched before my brain could tell it to. Then the image followed. Her lying sideways across the road, one arm out, hair spread over the yellow line, my headlights making her look like a crime scene photo. I closed my eyes, but that only made the picture sharper. I did the right thing, I said out loud, voice rough. Talking to myself felt less crazy than letting those thoughts pinwheel silently. I called 911, I stayed on the phone. I waited, they showed up. I did the right thing. I said it again, quieter. I did the right thing. I did more than most people would have done. Somewhere in the back of my mind, that other car sped through again. The one that had nearly run her over and then had just kept going, barely correcting before disappearing into the dark. Whoever was driving that vehicle probably spent the rest of their night complaining about a near miss and never thought about the girl in the road again. By that standard, I was a saint. it still did not feel like enough. The clock on my phone said 12:43 p.m. My notifications were the usual junk. Apps screaming for attention, a coupon, a group chat I was too late to contribute to. No missed calls from unknown numbers, no messages from the police, no new texts from my dad. The world, apparently, had decided to keep going. I dragged myself out of bed and shuffled into the main room of the apartment. It is basically one space pretending to be three: living area, dining area, and kitchen, all in the same rectangle, separated only by where the carpet stops and the cracked linoleum begins. A small two-seater couch faces a cheap TV on a particle board stand. A sad fake plant curls in the corner near the balcony door. Through the glass, I could see the parking lot outside, stretched between my building and the next. Rows of cars sat in the pale afternoon light, some shiny, some beaten up, all of them anonymous from up here. Somewhere out there was my silver Civic, looking like any other car. From this angle, I could not see the passenger side. I told myself that was a good thing. I made coffee mostly out of habit, the smell filling the tiny kitchen space, blending with the lingering scents of last night's microwaved dinner. I stood leaning on the counter, watching the drip and listening to the building breathe. The fridge humming, the heater popping, the occasional muffled thump from someone above dropping something heavy. Nothing in those sounds cared about what had happened on Packer Drive. I sipped the coffee, scalding my tongue a little, and repeated the mantra again. I did the right thing. It helped, but only in the way a thin blanket helps when a draft is coming under the door. The cold still found ways in. Eventually, responsibility won out over the desire to crawl back into bed. I showered, dressed in my usual work uniform, store polo, name tag, black pants, and headed back downstairs. The hallway outside my apartment smelled faintly like someone's burned toast. In the parking lot, the Civic waited where I had left it. In the safe light of day, it did not look any different. No dent in the door, no bloody handprint. The passenger side panel had a faint, dirty smear I told myself was probably there before, and I had never clocked it. The dash cam's little blue light was off. It sleeps when the car does. At work, the world was bright and noisy again. Fluorescents hummed. Pop music played at medium volume over the PA. Customers drifted in and out, pushing carts, complaining about prices, acting like everything was normal because for them, it was. In the break room before my shift, one of the cashiers looked up from their phone as I walked in and snorted. "Man, you look like hell," he said, grinning. "You close a demonic ritual last night or something?" "Something," I said, trying to smile back. "Just a long drive home." I did not tell them about the girl in the road or the ambulance or the tiny thumbs up from the EMT. I said, "Saw some crazy shit out on Packer Drive," and left it at that. Around here, crazy shit on back roads could mean deer, drunk drivers, or kids doing donuts in empty lots. They laughed, made a joke about me finally seeing Bigfoot, and the conversation moved on. Part of me wanted to grab them and say, "No, listen, you do not understand. There was this girl, and she came up out of the river like something out of a nightmare, but another part of me liked having it still be mine for a few hours longer." On my first break, when I finally checked my phone again, I did the stupid thing and opened Facebook. I do not know if every town does it, but ours has a handful of hyper-local groups where people complain about potholes, ask if anyone heard that loud noise last night, or post pictures of suspicious vans. I follow one called Belmont and Rogue River Neighbors, mostly for the lost dog posts. At the top of the feed was a new post from 9 hours earlier. Did anyone else see a girl wandering in the woods near the river last night? Around 10 p.m., near Packer and Van Dam? She was soaked, like she fell in. I asked if she needed help, and she just said no and walked off toward the trees. My stomach flipped. There were comments. She walked into my backyard yelling, "Hello, hello, hello," around 10-ish. Thought she was drunk. Went to get my husband, and she was gone. We had someone matching that description on Douglas last week. Tried to come in our back door like she lived there. When I asked what she was doing, she just smiled and left. Police said they were checking the area. Hope she's okay. It was cold last night. Cold. Dripping. Walking into yards, saying hello and then disappearing. I stared at the screen until the letters blurred. The idea of her out there hours before I almost hit her, moving from yard to yard like some glitched-out NPC, made everything feel less like a one-time freak occurrence and more like I had driven into the last page of a long story. While I was still scrolling, the store radio crackled, switching from pop music to the midday news segment they run on the hour. I only half heard the first part, something about city council and road work, until a phrase snagged my attention. Ksatitsa, a 28-year-old female grad student from Kalamazoo, who was reported missing Thursday, has been found alive near the Rogue River and transported to a local hospital. Authorities say she was discovered in a confused and hypothermic state in the early hours of the morning. At this time, no foul play is suspected. I froze, one hand still in the vending machine change slot. Found alive near the Rogue River. Early hours of the morning. I did not need them to say more to know they were talking about her. The radio moved on to weather, to sports, to something about an upcoming festival. My coworkers kept stalking, scanning, chatting. I stood there, pulse loud in my ears, feeling like the store had just shifted half an inch to the side. What if I hadn't called? Slipped into my head, uninvited. It was a simple question, horribly sharp. What if I had been like the other car and just kept going? What if I had decided it was a trap and never stopped, never hit hazard, never dialed 911? Would some early morning jogger have found her body blocking the lane instead of me seeing her breathing under a blanket? Would there even have been a body? Or would the river have taken her back silently before sunrise? I pictured the EMT's small thumbs up again. A stupid human gesture in the middle of all that flashing light. That tiny movement suddenly felt heavier. The thought came next, softer, one that I did not like any more than the first. Should I go to the hospital? Not to barge into her room like some savior, just to, what? Make sure she was real? Tell her I was the one who called? See her standing upright, dry, under normal lights? It was a vague idea, more of a pull than a plan. It made me uncomfortable even to imagine. Showing up at a stranger's bedside because you saw them at their worst on a dark road is not normal behavior. It would be weird, creepy even. I pushed the thought down. I had already crossed one line between regular night and something else by calling 911 on Packer Drive. Showing up at a hospital to look at her like she was part of a true crime podcast recap would be crossing another. Still, as my break ended and I went back out to straighten shelves and answer where the cereal was, the question stayed with me. What if I had not called? Would she be just another headline instead of a 20-second blip in the local news? I tried to focus on barcodes and price tags, on customers asking for paper bags, on the comfortable, boring hum of the store. But every quiet moment in between, my mind drifted back to that road, that sound, that body in the lane, and a faint, unwelcome feeling that whatever had started by the river was not finished with me yet. Two. The messages from River Fog. The first message came on one of those nights that feels like static. I had the next morning off, which meant I did what I always do when my body is wired from a late shift and my brain refuses to shut up. I lay on the couch in the dim light of the TV, half watching something I did not care about, half scrolling through my phone. The apartment was in that middle state between noisy and quiet. The TV was on low, some crime show rerun from 3 years ago, voices muffled enough that they just blended into the background. The fridge in the kitchen cycled on and off with its familiar roar, click, vibrating the cabinet just enough to rattle a spoon in the drawer. The heater kicked every so often with a hollow thump in the wall. Through the ceiling came the occasional thud of the upstairs neighbor existing. Footsteps, a door closing, some muted laughter that made no sense this late on a weeknight. None of it was unusual. This was my normal soundscape. I was curled up sideways on the couch, one leg hanging off, the TV light stroking the walls in slow pulses of blue and gray. I had a throw blanket over me but had not bothered with the lamp. The only real light was the screen in front of me and the smaller one in my hand. At some point, my doom scrolling slipped into a very specific rabbit hole, searching every mention of the river girl I could find. The post in the Belmont and Rogue River Neighbors group had blown up more since that first day. More comments, more people chiming in with "I saw her too" stories. One person wrote about a car parked weirdly close to the riverbank days before. Another claimed they had heard someone yelling "hello" from the tree line and thought it was kids messing around. No one mentioned the part where she almost became roadkill. That part, I guess, was mine. I backed out of that group and checked another local one. Nothing new. A different group, more of the same. People arguing about whether the city should put up more streetlights along Packer. Someone suggesting a neighborhood watch. Someone else saying it was all overblown and she was probably just drunk. My thumb kept moving even though my brain was tired. Like my body did not quite know how to stop. That was when the notification slid down from the top of the screen. Message request from someone you may know. I blinked. The name under it was unfamiliar. River Fog. No profile picture, just the default outline. No mutual friends. The tiny preview of the message read, "Thank you anyway." For a moment, my brain did not connect the dots. It was just another random ping. My first thought was spam, a bot, a scam account, someone about to ask if I wanted to grow my audience or sell me cryptocurrency. Then the word river in the name hit me. Then the little phrase again, "Thank you anyway." A slow, thin chill slid from the back of my neck down my spine. I tapped the notification. The app opened to a blank chat window. At the top, River Fog, again with that nothing avatar and no mutuals. Under the header, a small gray line. "Not friends on Facebook. This person is not in your contacts." 2 messages sat in the thread, both time-stamped about 5 minutes earlier. "Thank you anyway. You did not stop. You were right not to." That was it. No emojis, no greeting, no name. Just those 3 short sentences, stacked on top of each other like little stones. My first reaction was stupidly ordinary. I checked the profile. It was almost empty. Joined recently. No cover photo. No posts. A handful of likes on random local pages. 2 restaurants, an outdoor shop, the page for a nearby community college. The About section said nothing. I went back to the messages and read them again. "Thank you anyway." The "anyway" lodged under my skin. It was the kind of word people use when something almost happened but did not. "Thank you anyway" meant thank you even though you failed, or thank you even though you did not do what you could have done. You did not stop. My heartbeat started to speed up in that way it does before your thoughts catch up. I had stopped, technically. I had pulled over. I had called 911. I had reversed far enough to get my headlights back on her. I had sat there with my hazards on until the cops and EMTs arrived. But that was not what this was talking about. This was talking about those first few 100 yards, when my foot stayed on the gas and all I could think about was fake accident videos and parking lot robberies. The stretch of time between almost hitting her and convincing myself to turn around. You did not stop. You were right not to. The words made my skin prickle. There were explanations, of course, rational ones. It could have been her. The girl from the river. Maybe she had gotten my name somehow from the police report, or from a nurse who had overheard something and tracked me down from there. Maybe this was her twisted way of telling me she did not blame me for those first few seconds of hesitation. It could have been someone who worked with the cops or EMTs. Maybe they had already pulled the dash cam footage, watched me speed past her, then coast down the road before finally pulling over. Maybe "thank you anyway" was their version of a guilty joke. It could have been a neighbor who had recognized my car on the news or in the parking lot and decided to be weird about it. It could have been anyone. It could have been no one. I stared at the words until the white speech bubbles seemed to glow too bright against the dark background. With each reread, they felt less like sentences and more like something else. Almost like echoes. I typed, "Who is this?" and watched the words appear in the little text bar. My thumb hovered over the send button. I pictured a girl in a hospital bed somewhere, hooked up to an IV, pale under thin fluorescent light. I pictured her holding a phone in cold, bandaged hands, hair washed and pulled back, sending those words. "Thank you anyway." Then the image shifted. I imagined someone in the dark scrolling through my dash cam footage frame by frame, watching me swerve around a soaked girl in the road without stopping, then finally hitting my hazards much farther down. I imagined them sitting at a kitchen table with their own screen glow on their face, deciding that the best way to reach me was from a blank account named after the thing that tied us together. River fog. My throat felt dry. I erased the words. The cursor blinked in the empty bar. I typed, "Are you the girl from last night?" Deleted that too. Anything I could say felt like an invitation, a door opening. Suddenly, I did not want whoever this was to know that I had seen the message, that I was sitting alone in a dim apartment reacting to it. I backed out of the keyboard. The 3 sentences stared back at me from the chat window, quiet and patient. "Thank you anyway. You did not stop. You were right not to." The apartment sounded louder now. The fridge buzzed like it was trying too hard. The TV murmured nonsense dialogue. The heater's steady exhale had a harsh edge to it. Every little creak in the building felt like footsteps in the hall. I opened the options menu on the chat. My thumb slid down to block. For a second I hesitated, because blocking felt like admitting the messages unnerved me. But only for a second. Then I tapped it. The screen flashed a confirmation. "You will no longer receive messages from this person. They will not be notified that you blocked them." Good, I thought. The chat vanished. The name River Fog disappeared from my inbox. It was like watching a stone sink under dark water. I exhaled, long and shaky, and let the phone fall onto my chest. On the TV, some detective was delivering a dramatic monologue about evidence. I could not follow a single word. That was when the apartment changed. It was subtle, a kind of shift you feel before you process it. All at once, the usual background noise cut out. The fridge stopped mid-roar. The heater's hum went dead. The TV, which had been murmuring constantly, went silent. Not turned off, just missing. The picture still moving, but with no sound. The little whir from somewhere in the building's plumbing quieted too. Every mechanical thing in my world seemed to hold its breath at the same time. I lay there in a bubble of sudden, perfect stillness. The silence pressed against my eardrums, thick and almost physical. I could hear my own pulse ticking in my neck, the faint rustle of the blanket when my chest moved. Then, from somewhere behind the couch, just beyond my field of vision, in the strip of darkness between the back cushions and the wall, came a tiny sound. Plink. It was soft, but in that dead quiet it might as well have been a gunshot. A single droplet noise, the exact sound of water falling onto hard plastic. Not onto carpet, not onto fabric, onto something smooth, like a toy or a phone case or the shell of a remote. I froze, every muscle locked. The silence held for another second, 2 at most. Then the fridge resumed its low rattle with a click. The heater coughed and blew warm air. The TV's dialogue snapped back into the room mid-sentence. The building's normal noise rushed in all at once, like someone had unmuted the world. I told myself it was nothing. A pipe. The apartment above me. Something shifting in the wall. But lying there in the flicker of the TV, my phone heavy and dark on my chest, I could not shake the feeling that the message had not really stopped at my screen. I had blocked river fog online. Whatever was on the other side of that one, clear drip behind the couch, felt like it had just found another way in. 2.3. Evidence on the car. The morning after the river fog message, I almost convinced myself I had overreacted. Daylight has a way of sanding the edges off weird things. What feels like a supernatural event at 2 a.m. turns into quirky building noise by 10. That drip behind the couch? Probably a pipe. The sudden silence? Some power hiccup, even though the lights never flickered. The messages? Some idiot with too much time and a knack for picking creepy phrasing. By the time I grabbed my jacket and headed downstairs for my shift, I had folded the whole thing into a box labeled strange but explainable and shoved it into the back of my mind. Outside, the sky was the color of a dirty t-shirt, flat gray, not quite ready to rain, but thinking about it. The air had that chill that carries moisture in it, the kind that seeps into your sleeves and makes you feel colder than the temperature would suggest. The parking lot asphalt was damp, not puddled but darkened, tacky under my shoes. My Civic sat under one of the scrawny trees along the edge of the lot. Overnight, it had collected a faint film of fine dust and water streaks, vertical lines where the earlier mist had run down the doors and dried in crooked trails. Wet leaves clung to the windshield near the wipers, plastered flat. From a distance, it looked like it always did. Old, a little tired, in need of a car wash. Nothing special. It was not until I got closer that the wrongness started to stand out. At first, I thought my brain was doing that thing again, seeing patterns where there were none. But as I walked up to the driver's side, keys in hand, my steps slowed. There, on the lower half of my door, just under the window, were 2 perfect handprints. They stood out against the dusty metal like someone had stamped them there on purpose. 2 muddy palms with 5 fingers each, smears trailing off where the weight had come away. One print was higher, about where someone's hand would naturally land if they leaned in to peek inside. The other was lower, slightly angled, like the second hand had slid down as whoever it was shifted their balance. The details made my stomach tighten. You could see lines where the knuckles had pressed harder, darker patches where mud had clumped in the creases. Each finger had a defined tip. No glove blur, no mitten shape. Just bare skin texture translated through wet dirt. The color was a dull riverbank brown, not quite dry yet. When I leaned in, I could smell that faint, earthy scent you only get from mud that has not fully let go of its water. For a stupid moment, all I did was stand there and look at them. Handprints on a car door are not inherently sinister. People lean on cars all the time. Kids run their hands down them as they walk past. Neighbors steady themselves if they slip on ice. Probably some kid, I told myself, forcing the thought into my head. Or some drunk neighbor stumbling through the lot. That would have been, under normal circumstances, a perfectly good explanation, except there were no footprints. I stepped back and looked down at the ground around my car. The asphalt was mottled with old stains and the usual scattered grit, but there were no clear shoe prints in the damp, no obvious smudge of dirt from someone tripping. The few faint marks I did see were too far away to match the angle of those hands, like they belonged to somebody who had cut through the lot hours earlier and never come close to my door. To leave handprints that clear, whoever it was would have had to be standing right next to the car, leaning in close, looking inside. I swallowed, suddenly aware of how quiet the lot was. Even the usual distant hum of the main road sounded far away, muted. "It's nothing," I murmured. "It's just dirt." Still, I found myself circling the car once, scanning the other doors, the trunk, the hood. Nothing. No extra prints. No signs of someone sitting on the hood or dragging their hand along the side. Just those two deliberate palms on the driver's side. I told myself I was not going to wipe them off yet. If the police needed the dashcam footage, they might ask about anything odd on the car. That sounded reasonable enough to leave them there a little longer. It was not because part of me did not want to touch them, did not want the mud on my fingers. I unlocked the door. As soon as I opened it, a faint smell drifted out that did not belong to my usual mix of stale fast food, old coffee, and air freshener. It was subtle, but there. Cool, damp. A little bit like the riverbank had smelled when I first pulled over that night. I paused with one foot on the pavement, one on the floor mat, and inhaled carefully, trying to pinpoint it. The interior of the car looked the same as always. A few receipts stuffed into the cup holder, an empty bottle rolling in the back. The dashcam perched on the windshield, its little lens staring down at the dashboard like a tiny, unblinking eye. Then I noticed the floor mat on the passenger side. From the driver's seat, I could see the edge of it, dark gray rubber, ridged to catch melted snow in winter. Today, it had a sheen to it that it should not have had. I leaned over the center console and reached out, pressing my fingertips lightly into the mat. Cold. Not just cool from overnight temperatures, but damp cold, like something that had been soaking and had only just stopped. When I pushed down a little harder, I felt moisture gather and rise between the ridges, glistening against my skin. I jerked my hand back and looked around for the obvious cause. An uncapped bottle, a tipped-over cup, condensation from a drink that had been left there too long. Nothing. The cup holders were empty. The back seat was bare. There had been no rain with enough force to soak the interior, and my windows had been rolled up tight all night. It was not snowmelt. We were not that deep into winter yet. Slowly, I ran my fingertips along the underside of the dashboard on the passenger side, feeling for a leak from the heater core or any drip from above. Dry. I checked the door sill, the lower lining, the edge of the seat. Dry. I tilted my head back and squinted at the headliner above the passenger seat. No stains, no damp spots spreading out from a central point, no sagging fabric. Somehow, water had ended up on the floor and nowhere else. The smell was clearer now that I was half in the cabin. That river scent again, thin but distinct. Damp earth, cold, something green underneath it all, like algae or wet leaves. I sat back, palms on my thighs, and blew out a slow breath. Maybe I stepped in a puddle, I muttered. Tracked it in, didn't notice last night. It was a nice, ordinary explanation. It just did not line up with any memory I had. I remembered getting into the car. I remembered being hyper-aware of everything on the drive home. At no point had I felt my shoes squish. The dashcam's tiny blue light flicked on as I turned the key in the ignition. It chimed on its own internal startup, then settled into its quiet recording state, watching like it always did. My plan was to let my phone connect to Bluetooth, cue up the same playlist as always, and shove all of this into the mental folder marked "Deal with Later." Music, engine, routine, white noise thick enough to drown out the nagging sense that something had been in my car with me, or had come back to it without me. The car started with a cough and settled into its usual idle. The heater began to push cold air that would warm up in a minute. The dash lights glowed, and the radio came on. Not my Bluetooth, not the soft start of a half-remembered song. An AM station, tuned somewhere low on the dial, hissed into life. A wash of static, thick and uneven, white noise with teeth. I frowned at the display. I never used AM. I barely used FM. The car almost always defaulted to Bluetooth the moment my phone connected. Today, it was locked on a frequency I did not recognize, numbers I had no memory of pressing. At first, it was just static, the rough, constant roar of it filling the cabin in a way that made me want to flinch. I reached toward the button to change the source, and that was when something slid through the noise. For 3, maybe 4 seconds, under the crackle, I heard breathing. Not the natural rhythm of someone napping beside you or sighing in the back seat. It was slower, heavier, dragging. Each inhale sounded thick, like air being pulled through waterlogged lungs. Each exhale had a wet edge, a faint, almost gurgling undertone. It was distant and close at the same time, like it was coming from the bottom of a very deep pool and the passenger seat beside me in the same moment. My hand hovered over the dial, frozen. The hair on my arms lifted. Then the static surged, swallowing the sound completely. The breathing vanished as if someone had cut a wire. I stabbed at the buttons, switching sources, jumping from radio to Bluetooth to auxiliary and back. The display flickered obediently between modes. My playlist finally started, a familiar song bleeding into the cabin with a jarring normalcy. My heart was beating too fast for someone sitting still. Glitch, I told myself, forcing the word into my mouth. Some AM station picking up interference, that's all. People hear weird things in static all the time. Voices, knocks, patterns that are not really there. The human brain is an overachiever when it comes to finding meaning in noise. I pulled out of the spot and eased toward the exit of the lot, the tires hissing over damp asphalt. In the side mirror, my door still bore those 2 muddy handprints, half real, half shadow in the washed-out light. I did not look at them for long. As I turned onto the main road, the heater finally pushed out a wave of proper warmth. The song on the radio shifted to the chorus. Life outside moved like it always did. Cars, lights, people in jackets, walking dogs. But under it all, quiet and insistent, I carried a new awareness with me. The river was not just something that stayed outside the car anymore. Whatever touched that road now seemed very interested in following me wherever I went. 3. 1. Echoes in the apartment. For a while, I tried to pretend I could just keep stacking normal days on top of everything until the weird parts got smooshed flat between them. Work helped with that. The store did not care about girls in rivers or handprints on car doors. It cared about schedules, freight shipments, and whether the sale tags matched the system. I fell back into the rhythm because I had to. Clock in, stock shelves, ring people up, make small talk about weather. My manager asked if anyone wanted to pick up overtime. I said yes before I could think about it. A few extra hours meant a few fewer hours alone in my apartment at night. Spending more time surrounded by humming coolers and complaining customers felt, somehow, safer than sitting in the dark, listening to my own building breathe. Co-workers kept things easy. "Yo, River Boy," one of the stalkers said the first time they heard about what happened on Packer Drive. "You gonna start a podcast now? Trauma on Tap with my name?" I shrugged it off. "I'll call it Don't Drive Alone After 2 a.m. They laughed, the way people do when they know something bad happened to you, but they also know you survived, so they feel entitled to make it lighter. No one really pressed for details. The story had already done its lap through the store gossip cycle. He almost hit a girl, he called 911, she was fine, end of story. End of story for them, anyway. For me, the story did not end at the river. It went home with me. My apartment had always been the one place that felt reliably neutral. Not cozy, not fancy, but mine. 4 walls, thin carpet, the sound of the fridge and the heater doing their tired little jobs. A place to lie down, scroll until my eyes hurt, and not think too hard. After everything started, the quiet there changed. It crept up slowly. At first, I blamed it on nerves and too much caffeine. I told myself I was just jumpier now, noticing every little creak and rattle I had tuned out before. The building was old. Old buildings make weird sounds. Easy explanation. Then the pattern settled in. It happened the first time while I was standing at the kitchen counter eating dinner straight from a cheap plastic container. The TV in the living room was going, some sitcom rerun with a laugh track that came at all the wrong moments. The fridge was humming. The heater was clicking through a cycle. Somewhere down the hall, a pipe ticked as hot water ran. The sound was a constant, messy blanket. I had lived under it so long I barely heard it. Then, like someone had hit a big, invisible switch, it all stopped. Not faded, not dipped. Stopped. The fridge cut out mid-roar. The heater shut up. The TV went silent. The picture still moving but with no sound. The tick in the pipes vanished. Even the faint thump-thump of someone upstairs walking around seemed to get swallowed. For about 1 second, maybe 2, I stood in a perfect mechanical hush. It was not the comfortable quiet of a power outage, where everything goes dark and still at once and you know why. This felt wrong, unnatural, like the building was holding its breath. In that thin slice of silence, I heard something small and precise, a single drop of water hitting plastic. Plink. It sounded like it came from under the kitchen sink, or behind it. Somewhere I could not quite see without getting down on my knees and pressing my ear against the cabinet doors. Then the world snapped back on. The fridge picked up its hum mid-sentence. The heater thunked and exhaled. The laugh track burst into the room as if it had only been paused. The pipe ticking resumed. I stood there holding my fork halfway to my mouth. Heart rate up like I had just been startled by a stranger. Not a noise. I did not check under the sink. I told myself I was being dramatic. That whole little blackout had probably lasted less time than a blink. Bodies in fight or flight do weird things to time. The water sound was probably just a drip from a leaky pipe that I had never noticed until everything else cut out. That explanation held until it happened again and again. It did not follow a schedule. Some nights I went hours without anything weird beyond the usual neighbor noises. Other nights, it seemed to happen every time I let my guard down. Once I was lying on the couch, scrolling my phone. No TV this time, just the fridge's low rumble and the muffled bass of someone's music upstairs. My own breathing had settled into that almost asleep rhythm. My thumb moved on autopilot. The hush dropped, sudden and clean. Everything cut out in the same instant, like the building had been unplugged from the inside. For that one stretched out second, I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. Then, near the back of the apartment, close to where the bathroom and the bedroom share a wall, a slow exhale slid through the air. Not mine. It sounded close. Too close. For me not to see anyone standing there if there had been someone to see. A long, damp-sounding breath, like air being pulled through cold, wet cloth. I did not move. I did not turn my head. My eyes stayed locked on the dim glow of my phone, suddenly feeling like a flashlight I was afraid to aim at the dark. By the time my muscles unlocked enough for me to sit up, everything was noisy again. The neighbor's music thumped. The fridge rattled. Somewhere upstairs, a toilet flushed. I slept with the TV on that night, volume just loud enough to cover the subtle shifts in the apartment's noise. Every time my eyes drifted shut, I braced for the moment when the sound would be cut away again, leaving me alone with whatever was underneath. The worst one came while I was doing dishes. It was late, closer to 3 than 2, and I was on that annoying second wind you get after a shift where you did not eat at the right time. The kitchen light was on, buzzing faintly. I had hot water running in the sink, steam fogging halfway up the cheap tile backsplash. Plates clinked against each other as I rinsed them. The range hood fan whirred weakly overhead, pulling a thin column of steam away. Everything was normal. I turned a plate under the faucet, watching grease and sauce swirl away, listening to the familiar white noise of running water and fan and fridge. Then those sounds got ripped out of the room. It felt like that. Ripped. The fan cut off mid-whir. The fridge stopped mid-rattle. The pipes went mute. Even the sound of the water from the faucet seemed to vanish, though I could see it still pouring out, a clear, steady stream hitting the sink basin. In the sudden silence, my own breath caught. Beneath me, from the drain, came a small, unmistakable splash, not the diffuse sound of water hitting more water. This was focused, like something solid had broken the surface from below. It sounded exactly like someone underwater had reached up and slapped a hand against the underside of the drain, palm first, fingers spreading. I stared down into the sink. Water still ran from the faucet, clear and hot, steam rising into my face. The dish in my hand had slipped a little, hanging half out of the stream. Tiny bubbles clung to the basin. Nothing else moved. The splash did not repeat. 1, 2 seconds, and the building inhaled again. The range hood fan spun back to life with a wheeze. The fridge resumed its deep hum. The hot water pipes ticked as they expanded. The sound of the faucet returned to my ears, too loud at first, as if someone had unmuted it. If I had dropped something, a utensil, a cup, I would have seen it swirling near the drain. There was nothing. Only hot water, clear and clean, rushing down into dark metal. I twisted the faucet off with more force than needed. The sudden stop left my ears ringing. The sink gurgled, swallowing the last of the water. I stood there, gripping the edge of the counter until my knuckles hurt. Tell someone, a rational voice suggested. Tell a coworker. Tell your dad. Joke about your haunted apartment. I imagined trying to explain it. So you know that girl that almost died in front of my car? Yeah, well now my building keeps holding its breath for exactly 1 second at a time, so I can hear things crawling up out of the plumbing. The words felt ridiculous, even in my head. So I did not tell anyone. I went to work. I counted change. I stocked cereal. I smiled at customers and told them to have a good night. I came home, locked the door, and moved carefully through my rooms like someone trying not to disturb a sleeping animal they knew was dangerous. When coworkers complained about their upstairs neighbors or shared stories about weird noises in their houses, I laughed along and did not add my own. Sleep got harder. I stopped lying flat in bed and started falling asleep on the couch instead. TV glow on low. The remote clutched in my hand, like that would somehow help if something went wrong. Every time the building slipped into that mechanical hush, my body reacted before my brain did. Heart jumping, lungs tightening, muscles bracing to run when there was nowhere to go. The girl from the river had been found. The news had said she was alive. Rationally, that should have been the end of it. But in those 1-second silences, when the building held its breath and let other sounds seep through, it did not feel like an ending at all. It felt like she, or something tied to her, had decided that just being saved on Packer Drive was not enough. 3, 2. Rumors and Ring cameras. The whole thing might have stayed private. Just me, the girl, the cops, and whatever was happening in my apartment. If not for lunch break, gossip, and a Ring camera. It was a late shift, but not a closing one, which meant I got to sit in the break room while the sun was still somewhere over the parking lot, instead of staring at vending machine coils after midnight. The room looked the same as always. Flickering fluorescent panel overhead, bulletin board with faded safety posters, microwave with somebody's spaghetti splatter fossilized along the back wall. The table was crowded with the usual mix of lunchboxes, plastic grocery bags, and phones. 2 cashiers were comparing TikToks with the sound off. An older stock guy was reading the sports section like it was still 1998. I was halfway through a sad ham and cheese sandwich when Jess, one of the newer cashiers, let out a little noise that was too sharp to be a laugh and too impressed to be fear. "Okay, this is seriously creepy," she said, tilting her phone so the girl next to her could see. "Is this that river girl everyone keeps talking about?" That phrase, river girl, hooked into me like a fish hook behind the ribs. I tried to keep my face neutral as I took another bite and chewed, ears suddenly tuned only to her. "What river girl?" someone else asked. "The one they found over by Rogue, from Kalamazoo or whatever," Jess said. "She was missing like 2 days. People keep posting about her in the neighbor groups." "Let me see," the guy with the sports section said, folding his paper and leaning in. Jess scooted her chair, thumb dancing on the screen. Somebody posted their Ring footage. Look. That was enough to make me set my sandwich down. I wiped my fingers on a napkin and casually drifted my chair a few inches closer, trying not to look like I was trying. On the phone screen, a paused frame from a Ring camera showed a suburban backyard at night. You know the look. Washed out color, fisheye effect, timestamp glowing in one corner, the IR making everything a little too sharp where it should be soft. At the center of the frame, a girl stood facing the camera. She was smallish, shoulders slightly hunched, arms hanging awkwardly by her sides. Her clothes were soaked, the fabric dark and shiny, clinging to her body in irregular patches. Her hair hung in wet ropes around her face, plastered to her cheeks, the ends dripping. Even frozen, I could tell it was the same kind of wet I had seen on Packer Drive. The kind that did not come from standing in the rain for a minute or two. The kind that came from being in the water. Jess tapped the screen and the video played. The audio was thin and slightly distorted, the way those cameras always sound, but the backyard noises came through. Insects, a faint hum from a neighbor's AC unit, the distant rush of a road. The girl took one small step forward on the patio. The wet slap of her shoes against the concrete made my stomach twist. She looked up at the camera, right into it, and said, in a voice that was higher and smaller than I expected, "Hello, hello, hello." Each hello was the same pitch, the same shape, like a skipping record. Then she turned, moving out of frame with that same drifting, uncertain gait I had seen on the road, and disappeared toward the dark hedge at the edge of the yard. The clip looped back to the beginning. "Dude," the stock guy said, half impressed, half unnerved. "Nope, I'm putting a no soliciting sign on my soul after that." "She looks so out of it," the other cashier murmured, "like she doesn't even know where she is." My mouth had gone dry. "Where is that?" I managed, trying to sound casual. "Backyard off Rogue Ridge, I think," Jess said. "Look at the caption." She scrolled down a little so the post text was visible. The header read, "Belmont and Rogue River Neighbors," the same group where I had seen the first wave of stories. "Caught this on our ring last night around 10:20 p.m. She just walked into our yard soaking wet, said, 'Hello, hello, hello' a bunch of times, then left. We called non-emergency right after. Anyone else see her?" Below that, the comments stacked up like a slow-building landslide. She came to our front door too, knocked real soft, then asked if we knew how to get back across. Wouldn't say from where. Her voice sounded funny, like she wasn't from here. We saw her earlier up by Van Dam. Same hoodie. My wife thought she might be drunk and wanted to call someone, but the girl just kept saying she was fine and walked away. My mom said she had some kind of accent, said hello, weird, maybe Chinese, or just second language English. Friend of a friend says she's a grad student from Kalamazoo, missing for a couple days. Y'all need to stop sharing her face like this and let her family handle it. Police told us she seemed confused, didn't remember how she got to Belmont at all. Said something about feeling watched back in Kalamazoo and then waking up near the river. That's freaky. The word watched made the skin between my shoulder blades prickle. Someone a table away snorted. Feels like a horror movie setup, he said. Girl shows up out of the river saying hello and everyone lets her in, and then boom, cursed. Or she just had a mental break, another coworker said, rolling her eyes. Everyone on these pages jumps straight to demons. Maybe she just snapped and went for a swim. Bro, the river is not a pool, Jess said. That water is nasty. They laughed, argued, kept scrolling through the comments. I just watched the Little Ring video play again and again. Hello, hello, hello. It hit different hearing it in a normal backyard, with a trampoline and a patio set in the frame, than it had reading it as text on a neighborhood post. She did not sound like a movie ghost or a demon. She sounded like a person whose brain was short-circuiting, stuck on the same word because nothing else would form. And yet, theories piled up in the comment section, the way they always do when people with too much time meet something they do not understand. She probably has a stalker. You ever think of that? She told my cousin she felt like someone followed her from campus. I heard she drove here on her own, so how is it a stalker thing? Seems more like a break with reality. My grandma used to say the river has things that like to ride people for a while. make them walk where they shouldn't, say things they don't mean, then leave them when they're done. Lamau, okay. River ghosts, sure. I scrolled as Jess scrolled, hungry for scraps of context I could latch onto. There was a longer comment halfway down from someone claiming to have a friend on the police force. They said she kept asking if the cameras saw who pushed her, but she couldn't say where she was talking about. She doesn't remember leaving Kalamazoo at all. They think it might be some kind of fugue state or something, like she checked out and woke up here. Fugue state. I remembered that term from somewhere. A late-night documentary, maybe, or some clickbait article. A mental condition where people suddenly leave their lives, travel, do things, and then have no idea afterward how they got there. It was one of the first explanations I had seen that made any kind of sense. She got stressed. Something snapped. She drove here and walked into the river and came out on my road. That's it. No ghosts. No cursed messages. Just a sick brain. So why did I still feel like someone had put a cold hand on the back of my neck and just left it there? Because the thing was, none of those ring clips, none of those neighbor stories had my part of the story in them. No one in that thread knew about the hand slamming into my car, the way she had looked at me through the glass, the way the breathing had crawled through my radio days later. As far as they were concerned, the timeline went. Missing in Kalamazoo, wandering in backyards, saying hello, found by the river, taken to the hospital. And somewhere in the middle of that, in a gap that only I seemed to notice, she had dragged herself up in front of my headlights and almost died. Wild, right? Jess said, clicking out of the post and pulling up her messages. If I saw that on my ring, I'd move. She's lucky somebody found her before she froze, someone else said around a mouthful of chips. Could have been a body recovery, not a rescue. I took my sandwich back, appetite gone. I did not tell them that I was the somebody. I did not tell them that part of me wondered if I had really found her, or if I had just driven through the same path she had already been walking all night and intersected something I should have stayed clear of. I did not tell them about river fog, or the muddy hands on my door, or the way my apartment liked to turn itself into a listening chamber. Instead, I nodded when they talked about how sad it all was, how scary it would be to just lose days like that and wake up somewhere unfamiliar. Yeah, I said. Scary. My break ended. I clocked back in. My hands scanned barcodes and made change while my mind turned over those words again and again. Doesn't remember how she got to Belmont. Felt watched in Kalamazoo. Woke up near the river. It sounded like someone had grabbed the middle of her life, twisted it, and dropped her somewhere else. And even as I tried to file it under psych stuff I don't understand, another thought kept nagging at me. If her memory stopped in Kalamazoo and started again near the river, then the version of her who had walked through yards, knocked on doors, stared into cameras saying, "Hello, hello, hello," that version might not feel entirely gone. Not if the echoes of it were still finding ways to say thank you anyway to people who never really stopped. 3.3. The stairwell encounter. The night this really started to feel like it was following me home again, I got off work later than usual. We had one of those shifts where everything ran long, truck delayed, freight heavier than expected, manager insisting we get all the pallets broken down before we call it. By the time I clocked out, my body felt like it had been swapped with someone 20 years older. Outside, the world was in that dead zone that belongs to bakers and graveyard shift people and no one else. The parking lot around the store was mostly empty, puddles of sodium yellow light reflecting off wet asphalt. My car sat alone near the edge of the row, under one struggling tree. The drive home was unremarkable. which for me now passes as a blessing. No detours, no river roads, just highway, exit, side streets. The heater hummed. The dash clock ticked from 2:47 to 2:58 a.m., while my mind floated in that numb space between exhausted and wired. My apartment building is one of those 3-story rectangles you can find anywhere. White siding gone a little gray with age, narrow strips of grass, a small lot full of cars that all look like they were bought used. At night, the whole place sits under a dull orange glow from 2 parking lot poles that seem permanently on the verge of burning out. I pulled into my usual spot, shut the engine off, and just sat there for a moment with my hands still on the wheel. The building loomed ahead, every window dark except for one square of light on the far side, where some insomniac or early shift worker was still awake. The air hit me cold when I climbed out, colder than it had any right to be for the date on the calendar. Moist, too, the kind that clings to your clothes. I locked the car, heard the distant chirp, and cut across the lot toward the front entrance. The glass front door has a cheap intercom panel bolted beside it, and a little black eye of a camera perched above. Some bargain brand the landlord installed after break-ins in the storage units a couple years back. The red LED under the lens glowed steadily as I approached, watching me with the same unblinking indifference as my dashcam. Inside, the air changed. The lobby is barely more than a landing. A rectangle of tile, a row of mailboxes, a bulletin board with faded flyers for last summer's community yard sale still pinned in the corners. The fluorescent tube overhead buzzed relentlessly, that tired, insect-like bzzz that makes your jaw want to clench. My footsteps sounded too loud on the tile as I headed for the stairwell door. The hinges squealed in the same spot they always squeal halfway open. The stairwell air was a different flavor of stale. It smelled like old carpet and damp concrete, with a sour undernote of something that reminded me of wet towels left too long in a hamper. The stair treads were covered in that thin, institutional gray carpet every building seems to buy in bulk, worn flat in the middle where everyone's feet land. With each step, the fluorescent lights overhead flickered minutely, their hum echoing off the narrow walls. Sound in there always feels strange, too echoey, like the stairwell is slightly bigger than it looks. My own footsteps bounced back at me, not quite in sync, just enough to give the impression someone else was walking a half step behind. I told myself I was tired, that I was noticing everything because I'd been on edge for weeks. I hit the first flight, turned the corner to the next, and that was when I saw the water. It started as a few dark spots on the carpet just above the first landing, irregular shapes that could have been anything. Mud from someone's boots, something spilled, a cleaning solution not fully dry. But as I climbed, the pattern became impossible to mistake. Wet footprints, not detailed enough to see toes or the outline of a sole, but the rhythm was right. One dark oval, then another, spaced like steps. Each print glistened slightly where the stairwell light hit it, the fibers of the carpet dark and flattened in the center. They began near the bottom of the stairs, close to the door, as if someone had stepped in from the outside, soaked through, and started climbing. Up to the first landing, where the footprints paused for a moment, clustered near the wall like whoever it was had stopped there, catching their breath or listening. Then they continued. Up again. My building only has 3 floors. My apartment is on the top one. I told myself, as my heart rate picked up, that there were plenty of other people who lived up there. Neighbors with leaky boots, kids coming in from a late snowball fight, except it was not snowing, and the prints looked too bare. I crouched at the next landing and touched one of the darker patches with 2 fingers. Cold. The moisture soaked into my skin in an instant, like the carpet had just been hit with water, not like something that had been drying for hours. When I pulled my hand back, my fingertips glistened. I rubbed them together. It was clear, not sticky, not soapy, just water. The smell came up more strongly here too. That river smell again. Faint, but threaded through the stairwell mustiness now. Damp earth, concrete, and something metallic underneath. The stairwell was quiet. Too quiet. No muffled TV coming through the walls, no distant music, no plumbing noises. The fluorescent buzz seemed to have lowered a notch, like it was receding behind something heavier. I straightened up and followed the trail. Up. Second floor landing. The prints curved toward one of the doors, then doubled back, like whoever it was had walked right up to a neighbor's apartment, hovered a moment, then changed their mind. The number on that door meant nothing to me. We had never spoken beyond a nod in the hall. The dark ovals turned away and continued up. By the time I hit the last flight, I knew where they were heading before I saw it. There are only 4 doors on the 3rd floor. My door is at the end of the hall. The stairwell opened onto the corridor. That narrow strip of carpet and beige walls I had walked 1,000 times. The overhead lights buzzed, one of them stuttering in a slow flicker near the far end. On the floor, the trail of wet prints emerged from the stairwell doorway and marched down the middle of the hall. One after another, too evenly spaced to be random. Right to my unit. The last, darkest footprint sat directly in front of my door, centered in the strip of carpet. The fibers there were crushed flat, water still shining at their base like someone had been standing there, shifting their weight for longer than a simple pass-by. I stared at it so long my eyes started to water. My brain tried to assemble a believable timeline. Someone came in out of the rain, except it had not rained since earlier that afternoon, and the prints were too fresh. Someone spilled something from a laundry basket, except the shapes were too consistent, too obviously steps. Maybe the maintenance guy tracked water up from the basement, except there was no reason he would stop outside my unit and nowhere else. The hallway felt thick. Every sound seemed muffled before it could form. I crouched again, touched the wet patch in front of my door. It felt like the stairwell. Cold, recent. The water wicked into my skin quickly, leaving my fingertips numb for a second. Behind me, the stairwell light flickered once, twice, then steadied. I realized I could not hear the neighbor's TV that usually leaked faint sitcom laughter through the wall at this hour. No pipes, no heaters. Just the low, uneven hum of the fluorescent bulbs and my own breathing, too loud in my ears. My keys felt heavy in my hand as I fit them into the lock. The metal scraped a bit, catching like it always does because the door hangs imperfectly in the frame. The deadbolt turned with a dull clunk. As I started to push the door open, something spoke at the far end of the hall. "Hello?" Just that one word. Soft, almost conversational. It was not shouted. It was not drawn out and theatrical like in horror movies. It was small, like someone was testing their voice after not using it for a while. I froze, halfway between the hall and my own space. My shoulder braced against the door. The sound could have come from anywhere. It seemed to float in the air, not clearly pinned to a mouth or a speaker. It might have been a voice from a TV in one of the other units, muted and distorted through drywall. It might have come from the stairwell behind me, warped by the echo. It sounded, just for that split second, exactly like the girl on the Ring footage. I turned my head slowly toward the direction it seemed to have come from. The hallway was empty. 4 closed doors, beige walls, buzzing light. The carpet showed no new footprints besides the ones I had already tracked with my gaze. No shadow lingered at the corner by the stairwell door. No flicker of movement under any threshold. Behind me, my apartment door had swung open a few more inches on its own weight, pushing warm, familiar air against my back. I stood there, caught between the empty hall and the dark rectangle of my own place, feeling like stepping either way would be a choice I could not undo. "Hello?" I said finally, hating how my voice shook. Silence. No reply from a neighbor saying, "Sorry, phone call," or "Did you say something?" No laugh. No second hello. The building seemed to notice my attention and respond the way it had been responding for weeks. The fluorescent buzz dimmed. Somewhere deep in the bones of the place, the heater stopped. The distant hum of the fridge inside my apartment cut mid-cycle. 1 second of mechanical hush settled over everything, flattening the world. In that thin slice of quiet, from inside my apartment, through the open door, from the direction of the kitchen, I heard it. Plink. The sharp, clean sound of a single drop of water hitting metal. It was the exact noise a drip would make falling into the stainless steel mixing bowl I kept in my sink. Except when I stepped inside 3 seconds later and flicked on the kitchen light, the counter was dry. The bowl was dry. The faucet was off. No leak. No stray droplets clinging to the spout. I stood in the doorway between the hall and the kitchen, listening for another drip. Nothing. The fridge sputtered back to life behind me, humming like it always did. The heater coughed and began to push air through the vents. Somewhere below, a neighbor's door opened and closed. Outside my still open apartment door, the last wet footprint on the carpet was already starting to dull at the edges, the water sinking slowly into the fibers, disappearing without a trace. 4-1. Forced back to Packer Drive. By mid-November, the whole city felt like it was holding its breath. The trees along East Beltline were mostly bare now, their branches black and thin against a sky that never quite made up its mind between rain and snow. The daylight got shorter in big, obvious chunks. I would walk into work with a dull gray afternoon overhead and walk out into something that already felt like midnight. The air had that hard edge to it, the kind that bites at your knuckles and seeps through your shoes, even when the forecast kept teasing snow that never actually fell. Inside the store, Christmas had already arrived whether anyone liked it or not. Fake garlands, red sale tags, the same 3 holiday songs rotating over the speakers more than they should. Life went on in fluorescent light. People buying turkeys, complaining about prices, asking where the sugar was. The weirdness at home had not stopped, but it had changed. The 1-second mechanical hush still came and went, dropping over the apartment in random intervals, letting small sounds leak through. Drips, breaths, a faint echo of that word, hello, I never wanted to hear again. The muddy handprints had long since faded from my car door, washed away by weather and time. But underneath the routines, sleep, work, scroll, repeat, I carried this constant tension in my shoulders, like I was waiting for the next thing. That night, the decision to go back to Packer Drive did not feel like a decision at all. It was a Tuesday, which means it might as well have been any night. Closing shift again, the store emptying out, the radio flicking from pop music to a late news update. Somewhere between wiping down a register and locking the cigarette case, I half heard the words, multi-vehicle collision on southbound US 131, bleed out of the overhead speakers. I only really tuned in when I heard the phrase, "all lanes currently closed." My manager caught me in the break room as I shrugged into my jacket. "You heading south?" he asked, tossing his keys from hand to hand. "Yeah," I said. "Same as always." He jerked his chin toward the ceiling, meaning the radio. "You might want to take the back way tonight. 131's a parking lot, according to that guy. Some semi-jackknifed near the Beltline exit." The words "back way" landed heavier than they should have. "There's more than one back way," I said, trying to keep my tone light. "Sure," he said, already half distracted by something on his clipboard. "Just don't get stuck on the freeway for 2 hours. I'm not paying overtime for you to sit in traffic." He laughed at his own joke. I smiled, because that is what you do, then headed out into the cold. In the car, my breath fogged a small patch of glass before the heater woke up. The dash clock read 2:14 a.m. as I pulled out of the lot. The radio murmuring to itself in low tones I did not bother to turn up. Habit had my hands steer toward the usual on-ramp anyway. It is like muscle memory lives in your wrists and ankles, not your head. I told myself I would see how bad the traffic looked and make the call then. As I approached the entrance to 131, the uber-blue glow of my phone screen lit up in the mount on the dash. The GPS app chimed and slapped a thick red line over my entire route home. "Accident ahead," it said in its fake, calm voice. "Delay, 48 minutes. Alternate route available." The little map shifted before I could hit anything. The blue path that usually hugged the highway peeled away, curling over side streets, and then, inevitably, snaking right back to a familiar gray line that shadowed the river. Packer Drive NE. I stared at the screen longer than the traffic light deserved. The app helpfully zoomed in on the alternate route like it was proud of itself. All the other roads around the accident glowed the same angry red as the freeway. Only that thin strip by the Rogue River shone green. I stabbed at the options, tried to force a different way. The app recalculated 3 times and kept coming back to the same conclusion. Everything else was worse. "You've got to be kidding me," I muttered. The light turned green. A car behind me tapped its horn just once, impatient but not aggressive. "I don't have to take your route," I told the phone, as if it were a person. But the signs along the freeway entrance ramp confirmed what the radio had said. Orange arrows, flashing warnings, police lights in the distance. Southbound 131 was a line of glowing brake lights stretching out of sight. If I forced my way onto it, I really would be sitting there until dawn. The turn signal made its little ticking sound as I flicked it on. Tick, 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 as I got into the left lane instead, following the thin blue line toward the river. My chest felt tight in a way that had nothing to do with caffeine. As the city thinned out and the traffic fell away, the GPS voice chimed again, sweetly oblivious to context. "Turn right in 0.5 miles onto Packer Drive Northeast." I could have turned the guidance off. I could have pretended I did not hear it, taken some other side road, driven in circles until the freeway cleared. Instead, I watched the dash clock flip from 2:21 to 2:22 a.m. and told myself out loud, "It's just a road." The words did not feel true when they left my mouth. They did not feel false either. They felt like something I needed to say between me and the stretch of asphalt waiting ahead. The wipers squeaked across the windshield, pushing aside a fine, sticking mist. It was not quite rain, not quite snow, just wet air thick enough to bead on the glass and blur the streetlights. The heater hummed steadily now, blowing warm air at my ankles and fingers. I turned onto Packer. The world outside the car narrowed the same way it had that first night. Trees crowding closer, streetlights dropping away one by one until it was just me, my headlights, and whatever lay inside that pale tunnel of light. The sky above was a uniform, oppressive gray, reflecting back only the barest glow of the city miles behind me. The road itself gleamed dark and slick, a sheen of almost freezing damp turning it into a black ribbon ahead. Fog hugged the ground in low bands, swirling at the edges of the ditch and reaching up in thin fingers toward the guardrail. It felt almost exactly the same. That was what made my stomach clench. Not some new, overtly supernatural sign, no twisted trees or glowing eyes in the woods, just the uncanny sameness of it. The temperature hovering just above freezing, the faint outline of the river off to my right. The way the beams of my headlights caught the fog and rendered the world beyond them completely invisible. Déjà vu settled over me like another layer of mist. I gripped the wheel a little tighter, the leather cool and familiar under my palms. The car's interior was a cocoon of mild warmth and stale air. Coffee, takeout, the faint chemical note of the cheap air freshener clipped to the vent. The playlist that normally auto-started did not come on. My phone was connected. The Bluetooth icon glowed, but no music played. For a minute, I stabbed at the steering wheel controls, flipping through sources. FM, AM, AUX, Bluetooth. Each one clicked over with the little on-screen confirmation, but there was nothing behind it. No DJ voices, no music, no static. Just a thin, low hum from the car itself and the faint rush of the tires on wet pavement. I could have turned the radio completely off. Instead, I left it sitting on a silent input, like I was unconsciously waiting for something to break through. The turn signal ticked softly as I followed the curves of the road. Tick, 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 timing itself with my heartbeat, whether it meant to or not. Every time I checked the speedometer, I found I had dropped a few miles under the limit without meaning to. The dash clock changed again. 2:27 a.m. Up ahead, a small white sign appeared at the edge of my high beams, the reflective letters jumping out of the dark. Packer Dr. Knee on one side, and another smaller sign beneath it warning about icy conditions in winter months, like the road needed the help. The stretch where it had happened, where she had happened, was still a few bends ahead. I knew that now the way you know where a scar is on your own body, even if you are not touching it. I could feel it coming, somewhere beyond the next stand of trees, the next dip in the guardrail. My chest tightened further, muscles tensing in anticipation of a shape at the edge of the light. A darker blot on the road, hands pressing into the asphalt. "It's just a road," I said again, quieter this time. Outside, the fog curled in slow, deliberate patterns, sliding away from the car as if it did not want to be touched. Inside, the heater breathed steady warmth. Between those two layers, I drove back into the place where everything had gone wrong the first time. Feeling, for the first time, not like I was just passing through a random bad memory, but like I was coming back to something that had been waiting, patient and still, for me to return. 4.2. River fog connects. There is a stretch on Packer where the trees on both sides lean in just enough that you stop seeing the sky at all. No houses, no mailboxes, no driveways breaking up the dark. Just branches and black water somewhere off to the right, invisible but present. That was where it happened. The mist thickened as I went, pooling low over the ditches and dragging itself up in thin wisps across the road. My high beams caught it in sheets, making everything look like it was behind frosted glass. The only real points of reference were the double yellow line and the reflector posts spaced along the shoulder. White rectangles that flashed in my headlights and then vanished behind me one by one. Inside the car, The heater hummed. The defroster pushed back at the condensation, trying to reclaim the windshield, and the silence where the radio should have been sat heavy in my ears. I was almost starting to settle, in a weird way. Not relaxed exactly, but holding a fragile truce with the road. My hands had found that careful grip on the wheel, not too tight, not too loose. My speed hovered a little under the limit. Nothing had stepped out in front of me yet, and then my car made a sound I had never heard it make before. It was small at first, a chime, but not one of the familiar ones, not the polite little bloop it makes when Bluetooth connects to my phone, or the harsh beep when I leave a door ajar. This was higher and thinner, like a notification from an app I did not remember installing, piercing through the quiet just enough to make my shoulders jump. I glanced at the dash screen. Where my playlist title should have been, a new line of text had appeared. White letters against the dark display. Connecting to device. River fog. I stared at it, my eyes flicking back to the road in quick, nervous jerks. For a second, I thought it was some kind of glitch, a misread word, my brain filling in blanks because it wanted to see that phrase. Then it finished. The text shifted. River fog, connected. My mouth went dry. Absolutely not, I said out loud, as if that would change anything. My phone sat in its mount, screen dark. I hit the button to wake it up and swiped into the Bluetooth settings with fingers that did not feel fully attached to my hands. The list of devices was the same as it always had been. My Civic headphones, TV, no river fog. No new device recently added. Nothing that matched the name glowing calmly on my dash. Come on, I muttered, jabbing at the car's screen. I switched the source from Bluetooth to FM, to AM, to AUX, to nothing. The display dutifully flipped through icons, but at the top, in small, stubborn text, it still read, River fog, connected. The speakers, which had been dead quiet until that moment, began to breathe. At first, I thought it was the heater shifting gears, a new airflow pattern in the vents. A soft, low sound rose in the cabin, barely louder than the hum of the tires on wet asphalt. I nudged the volume dial down anyway. The number dropped to 0. The sound stayed. It took a few seconds for my brain to identify it. Breathing. Slow, careful breaths. Not mine. Mine were shallow and uneven, puffing in and out of my own chest in short bursts I could feel in my throat. This was something else layered under and around them. It had a rhythm, a long inhale, a longer exhale. In, out, in, out. It sounded like someone trying very hard not to be heard. The way kids breathe when they are hiding during a game and take deliberate, quiet pulls of air so as not to give themselves away. The placement of it made my skin crawl. It did not feel like it was coming from the front, like another person sitting beside me or a voice in the speakers. It felt like it was right behind my seat. Close enough that if I reached back blindly, my hand might brush a cheek or wet hair. Stop it! I snapped at the car, at myself, at whatever this was. I jammed my thumb against the audio power button, turning the whole system off. The screen went dark for half a second. No icons, no words. Then flashed back to life like nothing had happened. River fog, connected. The breathing did not falter. The reflector posts on the side of the road kept appearing in my headlights and disappearing behind me, each one reflecting a bright white bar of light and then dropping into darkness. Flash. Gone. Flash. Gone. The interval between them started to feel like a count, an invisible set of fingers drumming along as I drove. Inhale. Exhale. Flash. Gone. My hands were slick on the wheel now. I wanted more than anything to pull over and get out. Open the back door, flood the interior with cold air, prove to myself there was nothing there but worn upholstery and an old hoodie crumpled on the seat. But pulling over on Packer Drive in the darkest stretch, directly above the water, felt like the worst possible idea. So I kept going. The sound in the cabin grew a little clearer as the road noise shifted with each curve. I could hear the edges of the breath now, the faint wetness at the start of each inhale, the soft, almost whistling release at the end of each exhale. Underneath it, a new noise joined in. At first, I thought it was something rattling in the cup holder, a stray coin or the plastic tab from a drink. A small, intermittent tap that did not match the seams in the road or the cadence of the reflectors. Tap, tap, tap. It took a few seconds for my brain to separate it out, to realize it was not in time with the tires or the engine. It was too irregular, too slow. It sounded like droplets, individual drops of water falling onto something hard. Plastic maybe, or the rubber of the floor mat. Each one distinct. A tiny splash, then silence, then another. Tap, tap, tap. I imagined them sliding off hair, off sleeves, off fingers. Cold water pooling in small growing rings beside my seat while I stared rigidly forward, pretending the whole right half of the car did not exist. Not real, I told myself, voice shaking anyway. This is just in your head. You're tired. You're freaked out. This is what your brain does now. As if to correct me, the breathing hitched, then drew in much deeper, like whoever it belonged to had decided they were done pretending. The next inhale was loud enough that it cut over the hum of the heater and the hiss of the tires, over my own ragged breaths. It sounded right against my left ear, as if someone had leaned forward from the back seat and dragged a lungful of cold, wet air in inches from my skin. It had a thickness to it, a slick underside like it was passing over waterlogged vocal cords. It scraped at the edge, a subtle, almost gurgling note as if something inside was still drowning slow. My whole body flinched. My shoulders bunched up around my ears. My fingers spasmed on the wheel, and the car drifted a few inches toward the center line before I corrected. For half a second, every instinct screamed at me to look. Turn your head. See who is there. Rip the Band-Aid off. I did not. I fixed my eyes so hard on the double yellow lines that they started to blur. A reflector flashed by on the right, then another. My chest felt like it was full of static. Somewhere in all of this, time was still moving. My gaze flicked down to the dash just as the digital clock rolled over. 2:22 a.m., the numbers held for a heartbeat. 2, 2, 2. The breathing behind me steadied again, slower now, as if satisfied with whatever reaction it had pulled out of me. The drip sounds kept time. Tap, tap, tap. Like someone unseen was counting the seconds alongside me, marking each reflector, each curve, each reluctant inhale. I squeezed the wheel so hard my wrists hurt. My thoughts narrowed down to a mantra made of curses and pleas that did not sound like me. Then another breath came, sharper than the rest. It was not longer. It was not louder. It was just closer. It felt like it came from directly over my shoulder. Like if I had been the type of person who keeps their hair long, I would have felt it move. The sound dragged all the way in, then broke on the release. A quiet, torn sigh that brushed the edge of a word without quite forming it. On the dash, the green lines of the clock flickered, not glitched, not scrambled, just slipped 1 minute forward. 2:23 a.m. The air in the car lightened just a fraction. The display on the dash blinked once, like a cursor, then changed. The white text that had read "River Fog, Connected" faded away, replaced by the blank bar that usually sits empty when no audio source is selected. The breathing thinned, then retreated, like sound moving down a hallway and turning a corner. The droplets stopped mid-pattern, no last tap to punctuate their leaving. For a moment, all I heard was the heater, the tires, and my own pulse roaring in my ears. I licked my lips, tasted salt and the faint edge of old coffee. My mouth formed a whisper before I could stop it. "What do you want?" The car did not answer. The app on my phone stayed open to the map, blue arrow crawling slowly along the thin gray line of Packer Drive. Nothing in the corner indicated a new device. No notifications slid down from the top of the screen. I kept driving. The reflector posts continued their slow, metronomic appearances at the edge of my headlights. The river, invisible in the dark, matched my progress somewhere off to the side. The clock ticked another minute forward, 2:24, then 2:25, as if nothing had happened at all. But the name that had appeared and then vanished stayed burned into my mind, bright as the afterimage of oncoming headlights. River Fog, the same as the message request, the same words I had blocked and buried. Apparently, whatever it was had decided that if it could not talk to me through a social media account, it would find another way to connect. 4, 3. The dry man and the dashcam. I did not notice the time change right away. My whole focus was on getting through that stretch. White knuckles on the wheel, eyes locked on the double yellow, refusing to look in the mirrors, refusing to look over my shoulder. The breathing in the car had thinned out to almost nothing, but the sense of being observed had not. It sat in the back of my neck like a weight. The road curved gently to the right, the way it had that first night. I recognized the contour of it in my hands and in my spine before my eyes confirmed it. The way the guardrail bowed, the shallow dip in the pavement, the faintly lighter patch of fog low to the right where the river widened just enough that, in daylight, you could see the water between the trees. This was the spot, the place where she had crawled up out of the ditch and into my headlights, where her hands had pressed into the asphalt, where the slap had hit my door. My dash clock glowed in the corner of my vision. It had just ticked over, the numbers clean and green. 2:23 a.m. The beams of my headlights swept forward and caught the bend in the road in full. For a fraction of a second, the scene looked like it had in my memory. Wet pavement, bowed guardrail, trees leaning over the river. Then the light slid a few feet farther and landed on someone standing on the shoulder. A man. He was tall, taller than me by a good bit. Tall enough that even at a distance I could tell he would have to duck slightly to get into my car. He stood completely still just beyond the edge of the lane, where the asphalt crumbled into gravel, his back to the river, his body square to the road. He wore a dark coat, something heavier than a hoodie, the hem hitting mid-thigh. The hood was up, shadowing most of his face. His hands were at his sides, fingers relaxed. He could have been just another guy out late waiting for a ride, if this had been anywhere else. If it had been any other road. As my headlights washed over him, he moved. Not much, just a small turn of the head, the barest incline that tipped his chin toward me. I could not see his eyes in the shadow of the hood, but I could feel the line of his attention hook into the car. The way you sometimes feel someone looking at you across a room even before you find them. My first stupid thought was hitchhiker. The second, colder one was trap. Everything out there was wet. The pavement shone under my beams. The guardrail gleamed with a thin coat of moisture. The air itself seemed to shimmer with particles, mist catching the light like dust. My windshield had a constant halo of condensation around the wiper's clean arcs. The man was dry, not wearing a water-resistant jacket dry, not mostly dried off dry. His coat drank in the light instead of reflecting it, the fabric matte and flat. No droplets stood out on his sleeves or shoulders. No sheen clung to the hood, where his jeans showed below the hem of the coat. They looked normal. No darker patches, no clinging fabric. The air around him seemed stiller somehow, like he was standing in his own pocket of weather. A ring of drier pavement circled his boots, subtle but there. A faint, lighter halo where the dampness did not seem to reach, as if the wet had stopped a few inches short in every direction. My foot went down on the gas without asking my permission. The engine responded, the car surging forward so abruptly, the lane lines seemed to jump toward me. At the same time, my brain screamed at me not to make eye contact, not to let my gaze fully lock onto him, as if acknowledging him too clearly would count as an invitation. I tried to split the difference, letting my eyes brush over him just long enough to be sure he was not stepping fully into the lane, then snapping them back to the double yellow. In that brief second of overlap, I saw his jaw. It was the only part of his face the light caught. The line from his chin to his ear, bare skin pale against the darkness of the hood. No beard, no visible stubble, just smooth, almost featureless skin that looked off somehow. Too flat, too uniform, like something carved rather than grown. As my bumper drew level with him, he took half a step toward the road. Not enough to block me, not enough to force me to swerve. Just a small, deliberate shift, the toe of one shoe slipping onto the painted line at the edge of the lane. I felt, more than heard, the air change as I passed, like bumping into a cold front in miniature. The hairs on my arms lifted under my sleeves. In the same heartbeat, the sound inside the car cut out. Not the heater or the engine, those stayed, but the extra layer. The breathing that had haunted the speakers since river fog connected, the subtle drip pattern. They shut off with a tiny, precise click, like a phone line being disconnected. On the dash, the audio display blinked once and reverted to its default empty state. The little Bluetooth icon remained lit, but the label beneath it was blank. No more name. No more connection prompt. By the time I could risk a glance in the rearview mirror, the bend in the road had already swallowed the shoulder where he had been. All I saw was my own taillights painting the guardrail red and the endless gray-black smear of trees. No standing figure, no dry coat. The clock still read 2:23 a.m., the digits steady and innocent. I drove the rest of Packer faster than I should have, every muscle wired tight. When the road finally spilled me back into more familiar streets, wider, lit by real streetlights, lined with houses, I did not feel relief so much as a small, exhausted collapse inside my chest. The rest of the drive home is a blur. Turn here, stop sign there, parking lot, the familiar facade of my building. I do not remember locking the car, only being suddenly aware of my apartment door closing behind me and the warm, stale air of my living room pressing close. I could have gone straight to bed. I should have. My body was screaming for it. Instead, I went for the dash cam. It felt like the only anchor I had left. This little device that did nothing but watch and store, without opinions. If there had been a man on the shoulder, it would have seen him. If my brain was manufacturing things out of fog and fear, then the camera would show me empty asphalt and trees, and I could file at least one thing under proof I'm losing it, instead of something is wrong with the world. I unmounted the dash cam with clumsy fingers, brought it inside, and plugged it into my laptop with the short USB cable that always feels half an inch too small. The device chirped once as it connected. A folder popped open on the screen. A neat list of time-stamped video files, each labeled with date and time. I scrolled until I found the one that matched that stretch of road. The one stamped just before 02:23. My chest tightened as I double-clicked it. The video opened in a basic player window, the first frame a familiar view, wet pavement stretching ahead, the edges of my hood just visible at the bottom of the screen, streaks of moisture on the windshield catching the light. No audio bar at the bottom. The dashcam never recorded sound, just images. I scrubbed forward until the curve came into view. The bowed guardrail, the cluster of trees where the river bent, my own headlights sweeping across it all in a slightly fisheye perspective. I hit play and watched at normal speed first. The car moved forward in its own narrow beam of light. The curve approached. My hands, just out of frame, turned the wheel. The guardrail slid across the bottom of the image. No man, no tall figure on the shoulder. No dark coat, no hood, no pale jaw. The shoulder itself was just a strip of damp gravel and leaf litter. The halo of my headlights caught on the metal rail, on the slick trunks of trees, on a thin band of fog low to the ground. The frame where he should have been was empty. I rewound and watched it again, slower this time. Empty road. Maybe I had gotten the time wrong. Maybe it was a minute earlier, a minute later. I checked the tiny timestamp in the corner of the video, then my own memory of the dash clock. 2:23:x. It matched. I told myself that maybe he had been too far to the side, just outside the dash cam's field of view. Maybe the lens distortion had cut him out. Maybe. Then I saw something in the far right of the frame. Not on the road, not on the shoulder, in the glass. I paused the video and stepped closer until my face was almost level with the laptop screen. At the edge of the frame, where the passenger window caught a sliver of the outside world, there was a shape that did not belong. At normal speed, it was easy to miss. Just a flicker of lighter color in the corner. But frame by frame, it sharpened. I used the keyboard arrows to advance the footage one frame at a time. On the windshield, everything behaved as expected. Streaks of water, the sweep of the wipers, the glow of the headlights. On the passenger side glass, however, something else stared back. A face, distorted by angle and movement, but still unmistakably human. The skin was too pale, not the soft paleness of someone who stays indoors, but the flat, colorless white of something that has been underwater too long. The features looked warped, stretched along the arc of the glass, as if I was seeing her through a curved aquarium wall. Long, dark hair clung to her cheeks in wet ropes, plastered there in irregular strands. Water beaded at the ends, captured mid-drip by the camera's limited frame rate. Her eyes were the worst part. They seemed too wide for the sockets, two dark ovals surrounded by a ring of raw white, locked directly onto the lens. Not on the road, not on the driver's seat, on the camera. On the thing that had watched her crawl out of the ditch the first time and kept watching as I drove away. In one frame, her mouth was closed, lips colorless. In the next, it had parted slightly, as if beginning to form a word. There were no audio cues, no breath, no whisper, but I could almost hear it anyway. Hello. I swallowed hard, throat suddenly dry. My finger hovered over the arrow key, then pressed it again. In the next frame, the face was closer, the distortion more intense. The hair smeared slightly, leaving a faint trail across the glass, like someone dragging wet fingers down a mirror. For 3, maybe 4 frames, a thin line of moisture traced down the inside of the passenger door panel. On the inside, where only my own fingers or spilled drinks should ever have left marks. It gleamed under the dash cam's faint reflection, a single droplet sliding down toward the handle. Then it was gone. 1 frame, the trail was there. Next frame, the panel was dry, as if someone had wiped it clean in the fraction of a second the camera skipped. The face in the reflection blurred, then vanished entirely as the angle of the car changed and the window showed nothing but darkness again. I rewound and played those few seconds over and over, nausea rising in slow waves, no man on the shoulder, no dry coat, no tall, hooded figure standing in his own circle of dryness. Just me, the road, the guardrail, and the river. And a drowned-looking face pressed to the inside of my passenger window, watching the camera instead of the world, leaving little trails of water where there should not have been any moisture at all. The file ended. The player popped back to its menu, thumbnails of other drives staring up at me like harmless little rectangles. Behind me, in the kitchen, the fridge cycled off. The heater in the wall gave a tired sigh and stopped. The apartment slipped into that too perfect mechanical silence I had come to dread. In the quiet, the softest sound reached me from the sink. Plink, a single drop hitting metal. I did not turn around. On the laptop screen, frozen in a paused frame I had not meant to leave it on, the pale, warped eyes in the passenger window seemed to look past the camera, past the glass, past the pixels, straight at me, in my kitchen, miles from the river, still pretending I was the one doing the watching. 5.1, Hospital and the Name. After the dashcam, sleep stopped being something that just happened. It turned into a negotiation. I would lie on the couch with the laptop still open on the coffee table, screen dimmed but not off, my eyes burning from staring at the same 10 seconds of footage over and over. Every time I closed the player, I lasted maybe half an hour before opening it again, like scratching at a scab I knew would never fully heal. I tried to be methodical about it, as if that would make it less insane. I paused the clip at the first frame where her reflection appeared, then stepped through frame by frame, counting under my breath. 1, 2, 3, her face sharpening on the passenger glass. 4, 5, 6, the mouth starting to open, the hair smearing that wet trail along the inside of the panel. 7, 8, waterline sliding down, then gone. I zoomed in until the pixels broke apart into jagged squares, the face dissolving into blocks of light and dark. I cropped stills and stared at them like crime scene photos. I told myself I was looking for artifacts, compression glitches, double exposures, some rational explanation for why a face that should have been outside the car, if it existed at all, had shown up on the inside. The more I studied it, the worse it got. Zoomed out, it looked like a person. Pale skin, dark hair, familiar human proportions. Zoomed in, the proportions went subtly wrong. The eyes seemed a little too far apart, the lines around the mouth a little too soft, like someone had tried to recreate a face from memory and missed by a few millimeters. Real enough to trick you at a glance, wrong enough to bother you once you noticed. There was no audio on the file, but I kept hearing things anyway. As I watched her mouth part, my imagination filled in a sound. Not even words at first, just the shape of a breath. Then, the more I replayed it, the more my brain decided she was saying something. It changed depending on my mood. Sometimes it was hello. Sometimes it was my name, wrapped around the silence. Sometimes it was just a wet, empty vowel. By the third night of this, the circles under my eyes were so dark that even my manager noticed. "You good, man?" he asked at one point, eyeing me as I fumbled a stack of receipt paper. "You look like you're training for the Undead Olympics." "Yeah," I lied, "just not sleeping great." "Too much caffeine," he said, like that was the whole story, and walked away. Maybe it should have been. Instead, something else took shape in my head, slowly, like a picture developing in a dark room. The ring footage, the Facebook comments, the radio blurb, the nurse's offhand line I'd heard secondhand, the face in my passenger window, the message that had said thank you anyway. They all pointed back to the same place, the hospital. I knew from the radio and the local posts which one they had taken her to. There are only so many options when you fish a hypothermic grad student out of a river outside of Grand Rapids. The name floated around in news updates and neighbor group comments enough that it stuck without me trying. I told myself I was only going to satisfy a basic human question. Is she okay? It sounded simple when I phrased it like that. Not weird, not obsessive, just someone checking on the person they had helped. That is what I told myself as I parked in the visitor's lot the next afternoon and walked toward the sliding glass doors. Hospitals always smell the same. Disinfectant first, sharp and clean. Then underneath it, the more human odors they can never quite erase. Sweat, food, stale coffee, something metallic. The lobby was a wash of beige and off-white, chairs bolted together in rows, a TV in one corner showing daytime news with the sound turned down. People sat slumped in waiting positions all around me, some scrolling their phones, some staring at nothing, some talking too loudly because that is how they cope. The registration desk sat behind a low counter. A couple of staff members in scrubs and cardigans tapping at computers, phones ringing in cycles. A plastic sign on the counter said, "For patient privacy, we may not be able to answer all questions," in all caps. I almost turned around right there. Instead, I stepped up to the nearest open spot. The nurse behind the desk was middle-aged, hair pulled back, badge flip-flopping on a retractable cord as she typed. She glanced up at me with that look of tired alertness people get when they have been on their feet for too many hours. "Can I help you?" she asked. My mouth went dry. I cleared my throat. "I'm not family. It's not like that. I was the one who called 911 the night they found the girl on Packer Drive, near the Rogue River." Her hands slowed on the keyboard. Her eyes sharpened a little. "I don't know how much you're allowed to say," I added quickly, gesturing at the privacy sign like it could protect me. "I'm not trying to pry into her stuff. I keep thinking about it, about her. I wanted to make sure she made it." There was a small pause. The phones kept ringing. Somewhere behind us, an elevator chimed. "What's your name?" she asked. I told her. She turned back to the computer, fingers moving more deliberately now. Click, type, click. The glow from the monitor lit the lower half of her face, flattening it. "You called 911 from the scene?" she asked, not looking up. "Yeah," I said. "I pulled over. She was in the road. I almost hit her. I gave them my info. The cops said they might use my dashcam footage. I dropped it off 2 weeks ago." "Okay," she murmured, half to herself. More typing. Another click. I stood there feeling like a kid in the principal's office, palms sweating, hyper-aware of every other sound in the lobby. A man coughed 3 seats away. Someone laughed too loud at something on their phone. A baby cried, sharp and sudden. Finally, she leaned back a little, eyes running over whatever was on the screen. "I'm limited in what I can tell you," she said, slipping into a practiced tone. HIPAA laws and all that. I can't confirm names or specifics without authorization from the patient or family. Right, I said quickly. I get that. But, she added, and there was the smallest shift in her expression, I can tell you that we did admit a female patient from that incident, mid to late 20s, brought in hypothermic and disoriented. I let out a breath I had not realized I was holding. Is she still here? She was transferred to a different unit, the nurse said carefully, eyes flicking to the side, like she was watching an internal line she did not want to cross. Her condition stabilized. She's not in ICU anymore. There were some concerns about her mental status. They think she may have experienced a dissociative episode, but she's physically okay. Dissociative. The word from the Facebook thread, now with a clinical backing. Does she remember? I asked before I could stop myself. How she got here? The nurse's lips pressed together for a moment. Another line. She has gaps, she said. From what I understand, she remembers being in Kalamazoo. Then she remembers cold, water. After that, it's patchy. I can't say more than that. I nodded, mind flashing through the comments. Felt watched back in Kalamazoo. Woke up by the river. Is there any way I could... I trailed off, hearing how it would sound if I finished that sentence. See her, talk to her, ask her why her face is on my dash cam window 9 different ways. The nurse saved me from myself. Visitation is restricted right now, she said gently. She's under evaluation. Even family are limited to certain times. I'm sorry. It's okay, I said quickly, stepping back a little. I figured thank you for telling me that much. I just needed to know she was not dead in a ditch somewhere. That earned me the ghost of a real smile. Tired, but there. You did a good thing calling, she said. Not everyone would have stopped, especially at that hour. You probably saved her life. The words should have made me feel better. They did, in a small, superficial way, like a bandage over a wound that went deeper than skin. Underneath, the image of the reflection face, water sliding down my interior door panel, pulsed like something alive. As I turned to leave, another nurse pushed through the swinging door behind the desk. A younger woman, dark hair pulled into a messy bun, a paper coffee cup in her hand. Hey, did you chart the last vitals on May? She asked the first nurse, not looking at me at all. Psych wants everything up to the minute. May. The syllable landed in my brain like a stone dropped in water. The first nurse shot her a quick look, the kind co-workers give when they know a line has just been stepped over. We're with someone, she said under her breath. The second nurse blinked, flushed slightly, and gave me a quick, apologetic half smile before disappearing down the hall with her coffee. Sorry, the first one said to me. She's new. I shook my head. No, it's fine. I was just leaving. But the name had already lodged itself in my chest. May, or maybe May. The way the second nurse had said it, it could have been spelled either way. The Facebook threads had never given a name, just grad student from Kalamazoo. Now she had one, at least in my mind. On the drive home, the word repeated itself under my breath without me really meaning to say it. May. It fit too well with what I already had. The half-seen ring clips, the neighborhood rumors, the profile name that had messaged me, River Fog. In my head, without wanting to, I saw the blank avatar from that message overlay itself on the pale face from the dashcam reflection. May from Kalamazoo, May in the river. May saying hello, hello, hello to doorbells and cameras and the underside of my skull. I had her name now. It did not make anything feel less haunted. 5.2. The story of the stalker. Back at the apartment, the hospital air clung to me longer than it should have. I tossed my keys on the counter, kicked off my shoes, and stood in the middle of the living room for a second, like I had forgotten what people do when they get home. The fridge hummed. The heater clicked. Somewhere in the building, water ran through pipes. For once, the sounds all felt almost normal. I did what people do when they have too much information and not enough. I opened my laptop and started searching. It started simple. Her name and the town. May Kalamazoo missing Rogue River. It did not take long for the search results to spit back the same local news articles I had half heard on the radio and half read in neighbor groups. Graduate student found near Rogue River after 2-day search. No foul play suspected, investigation ongoing. They were short, the way local pieces are when no one big has picked up the story. A couple of quotes from concerned friends. A line from police about being thankful for a positive outcome. No photos, just a stock shot of a police car and the university logo. I went deeper. Every campus has its online shadows. Student subreddits, Discord servers, semi-secret Facebook groups. I found one called Arm Kalamazoo Students with a pinned post about roommate horror stories, drunk confessions, and missing bike rants. I typed May's name into the search bar and hit enter. At first there was nothing. Then, a couple of posts from about a week earlier floated to the top. The first was from a username that sounded like it belonged to a roommate, something like Roomy Chemgrad, posted 3 days before she went missing. Has anyone else noticed a white sedan that keeps parking right across from apartment complex name? Plate is partially covered by a frame, can't catch the whole thing. I swear it's there every other night. My roommate is freaking herself out thinking she has a stalker. Probably just some guy eating Taco Bell in his car after work. But still, ladies, be careful when you get home late. Replies were typical internet mix. LOL, that's just college town life. Everyone's a stalker if they use the same road twice. Get the plate next time. If it's the same car, that's weird. If you feel unsafe, call campus security, FR. Buried a little lower was a comment from the OP replying to someone asking if the roommate was okay. She's just been on edge. Says she hears footsteps in the hallway at like 3 a.m. stopping outside our door, and nobody's there when she checks. Also keeps saying the parking lot feels wrong when she comes back from night classes. I think grad school is melting her brain TBH. The casual tone in that last line made my stomach twist. I could almost hear the laugh that probably went with it. I clicked another post, this one from the same user, time-stamped the morning after she disappeared. Roommate has been missing since last night. She left in her car around 9, said she needed to clear her head, and never came back. We've called everyone, filed a report. If anyone sees a blue make model, please contact KPD. Someone in the comments asked if there had been any signs she wanted to leave. The roommate replied, "She did text me some weird stuff the night before. I thought she was joking, but now it's freaking me out." Underneath that, she pasted a screenshot. It was a cropped image of a chat window, May's name blurred out, but the text itself intact. "If I disappear, blame the river. It keeps calling when I drive past it, LOL." The lol at the end hit harder than anything else on the page. People use lol to soften things, jokes that land too sharp, fears they do not want to own. Reading it now, with everything I knew, it felt like a bandage slapped over a wound that was already bleeding. The comments below were a mix of hindsight and horror. "Bro, that is not a joke text." She probably meant it metaphorically, like depression calling or whatever. "Has anyone checked the river routes yet?" Legit. This is how these stories start. Cops said her car might be headed north. If she likes driving to clear her head, she might have just kept going. I swallowed hard and backed out to the main search tab again. Next, I went trawling through a Facebook group for Kalamazoo grad students. It was mostly memes about professors and rent, but someone had posted a link to the missing persons alert when it first went out. Under that thread, more context trickled in. She told me in lab last week she felt like something was right behind her every time she drove home from campus after dark. Not like a car, she said, just a feeling. She told me she kept seeing the same headlights in her rear view when she took the route by the river. I told her it's just the same commuters, but she wasn't convinced. We joked she had a ghost car following her. Not funny anymore. There was even a snippet from someone who claimed to have seen her the day before she vanished. She looked super tired. Said she kept waking up at 3 a.m. hearing someone outside her door. Said it felt like the hallway was full of water when she opened it. I told her to go to counseling, and she said, "Maybe after I take a long drive." My cursor hovered over the words, "full of water," for a long time. I thought of my own stairwell, the wet footprints leading to my door, the sink splash in the middle of silence, the apartment holding its breath. Switching tabs, I found a brief police summary posted on a local news site, the kind that gets copied word for word across multiple outlets. Authorities believe the missing woman left Kalamazoo in her vehicle voluntarily. Evidence suggests she traveled northbound alone, with no signs of another driver or vehicle forcing her off the road. Due to her reports of feeling unsafe in the days prior, initial concerns focused on a possible stalker. However, at this time, investigators have found no evidence of a specific individual following or harassing her. They now suspect a dissociative fugue episode may have contributed to her travel to Belmont and subsequent entry into the Rogue River. I read that paragraph 3 times. No evidence of a specific individual. No identified stalker. The mysterious white sedan and the footsteps in the hall dissolved, in the official version, into stress and paranoia, and the kind of mental break that makes people leave their lives without understanding why. If I stopped there, I could have left it at that. She imagined a stalker. Her brain cracked under grad school pressure and chronic fear. She drove until the world ran out and walked into the cold. Case closed. But the little lines in the student posts, in the roommates' messages, dug their hooks in. It keeps calling when I drive past it, LOL. Feels like something's right behind me when I drive. Hallway feels full of water at 3 a.m. Those were not just "I have a creepy neighbor" complaints. They sounded uncomfortably like the things I had been feeling myself. That sense on Packer Drive of not being alone in the car, even when the back seat was empty, even before the breathing showed up on my speakers. The way the river seemed to press against the edge of my awareness, invisible but insistent, making my hands sweat on the wheel. The 1-second silence in my apartment, the water sounds punching through it. It was like she had been living my story 6 months earlier in another town, with a different stretch of river, and none of us knew we were reading the same script. The more threads I pulled, the more it all traced back to the same shape. Not a person, not a guy in a white sedan, not a textbook stalker with a specific motive and a criminal record. It was the route, the road by the water. The feeling of being watched from just outside the glass while you drive. Headlights carving a tunnel through the dark. everything else falling away. If you tell a cop, I feel like the river is watching me when I drive past it, it goes into the report as anxiety. If you text your friend, if I disappear, blame the river, they assume you are being dramatic. But sitting there in the dim of my apartment, laptop glow on my hands, I thought about how far May had driven in that fugue state. Miles and miles from Kalamazoo to Belmont, skipping the obvious exits, following the roads that hugged the water. And I thought about the way my own GPS had forced me back to Packer, painting every other route red until the river road was the only clean line left. I scrolled back to that one chat screenshot of hers and read it again. If I disappear, blame the river. It keeps calling when I drive past it, LOL. The LOL did not make it softer this time. It made it sound like something had already hooked into her. Something that does not show up on traffic cameras or security footage. Something that does not leave tire tracks or shoe prints, but slides into the passenger seat and waits for you to forget where you were going. The cops could not find a physical stalker. That did not mean she had not been followed. And now, miles away, in a different city, with a different stretch of bleak November water riding beside me on my commute, I was starting to realize that whatever had been watching her might have decided I was worth its time too. 5-3, same words, same voice. The thing that finally snapped something loose in my head did not come from the river or the road or my own dashcam. It came from a comment thread. It was one of those nights where I knew I should not be on my phone past midnight, and I was doing it anyway. The apartment was dark except for the TV glow and the cold blue light from the screen in my hand. The couch had an imprint of my body like it was slowly learning my shape. The building was in one of its quieter moods. The fridge hummed, the heater pulsed low, the occasional pipe thumped as someone below me used water. I was braced for that 1-second mechanical hush that came without warning now. But for a while, it did not come. Instead, I went back to digging. I had already read every article and post about May I could find. At least I thought I had. But algorithms are petty gods. They withhold and then suddenly grant you a piece of something you did not know you were missing 3 days later. That night, a link someone shared in a local Reddit thread led me to a long Facebook post from a girl who claimed to have visited May at the hospital after she was stabilized. The account was locked down, but the post itself had been screenshotted and passed around enough times that it might as well have been public. The original text was messy, typos, emojis, softening jokes. The screenshot I found stripped most of that away, just black letters on a white background. The girl, a classmate from Kalamazoo, was talking about how weird but heartbreaking it was to see May like that. Drifting in and out, sometimes lucid, sometimes somewhere else. One paragraph in particular had been highlighted and reposted. She kept saying weird stuff about the drive. Like not just, I don't remember it, but like there was someone else in the car with her. She told me, he doesn't like it when cars stop. He doesn't like when they look right at him. I asked who he was, and she just stared past me at the corner of the room for a long time. I read that twice, then a third time. He doesn't like it when cars stop. The dry man on the shoulder. The hood tilted just enough to send that feeling through me. Do not stop. Do not really see me. Another part of the post sat just beneath that quote. She also said something like, someone saw me and didn't stop. It's probably better that way. I tried to ask what she meant, but she just closed her eyes and smiled this really sad little smile. The nurse said she doesn't remember much clearly, but that part really stuck with me. I stared at those lines so long the words started to blur. Someone saw me and didn't stop. It's probably better that way. The rhythm of it scratched at something in the back of my head. The way the sentences were shaped. The way the second one twisted the knife of the first. I dropped my phone onto my chest, stared up at the ceiling for a second, and then grabbed it again, flipping to my photo gallery. I had taken screenshots of the messages from River Fog before I blocked the account. Not because I wanted to keep them, at least that is what I told myself, but because some paranoid part of me felt like I might need proof someday that they had existed. It did not take long to find them. 3 white bubbles on a dark background. My own tiny avatar in the corner. Thank you anyway. You did not stop. You were right not to. I held the phone closer until the words filled my vision. Then I flicked back and forth between that screenshot and the chunk of text from the hospital post. Someone saw me and didn't stop. It's probably better that way. Thank you anyway. You did not stop. You were right not to. The phrasing was not identical. There were no quotation marks around the exact sentences in the Facebook post. The friend was paraphrasing from memory, not recording verbatim. But the bones of it were the same. The first part, an acknowledgement of what I did or did not do. Someone saw her and did not stop. The second part, a twist that tries to absolve the person who did not stop. It is better this way. You were right not to. Thank you anyway. The words on my screenshot and the words in that post might as well have been siblings. I felt something cold uncoil in my chest. If those sentiments came from May in the hospital, if those were her thoughts, dredged up through fog and shock, then they should have stayed there, behind the walls of that windowless room with the fluorescent lights and the beeping monitors. They should not have appeared days earlier in my inbox from an account made the night after I almost hit her. I tried for a few seconds to make the timeline work in a normal way. Maybe she had been more lucid earlier than the post suggested. Maybe she had gotten access to a phone and an internet connection, stalked her way through police reports to my name, tracked my profile, made a burner account, and sent me a cryptic little thank you before the doctors sedated her. Except she did not know who I was. The nurse at the hospital had confirmed it without meaning to. I was just a line in a report to her, a driver who had called 911. Even if someone had told her about me, she did not know my last name. My seat at that front desk had been the first time any of them had connected my face with that night. And even if she had wanted to contact me, to send some strange gratitude into the void, would "thank you anyway" be the phrase she chose? Would she really echo her own fogged sentences so closely? The posts from her classmates painted a picture of someone who barely remembered leaving Kalamazoo, let alone the details of Packer Drive. She remembered the feeling of being watched, the cold, the water, not the specific car that had almost run her over and then pulled over down the road. I closed my eyes and tried to imagine her, hooked up to IVs, hospital band on her wrist, opening a social media app she had barely touched in days, and crafting those 3 sentences to send to a stranger. It did not fit. When I opened my eyes again, the phone screen had gone dimmer, but the words were still there, floating in the dark. I thumbed the brightness back up and locked my gaze on them as if they were the only solid thing in the room. Thank you anyway. You did not stop. You were right not to. The messages had come from River Fog. No profile picture. No mutual friends. The account had vanished from my inbox list when I blocked it, sinking like a stone. Now, the phrase "River Fog" felt less like a random aesthetic choice and more like a calling card. He doesn't like it when cars stop. He doesn't like when they look right at him. The he May had mentioned in the hospital and the you the messages had addressed in me sat next to each other in my head, two ends of a conversation I had not realized I was in the middle of. If it was not May at either keyboard, hers, mine, then who was speaking through her and to me, or what? The thought came, unwelcome and automatic. Maybe it was both of them. Maybe there was a version of May that existed only in those gaps in her memory, the parts she could not access when she tried to explain what had happened. A version of her that lived only on the road in the dark, pressed up against glass and cameras and the underside of consciousness. Maybe that version had more reach than the girl in the hospital bed. Or maybe it was simpler and worse. Maybe the thing that did not like when cars stopped had just learned enough language, enough human shape from riding with her, that it knew how to string those words together in a way that would land. It had been with her when she drove along her own rivers in Kalamazoo, making her feel watched. It had walked her into the rogue. It had watched me watch her crawl out of the ditch. And then, from behind whatever glass sits between here and wherever it spends its days, it had found a way to speak in a voice that sounded like hers. A little thank you, a little absolution, enough to keep me from looking too closely, from stopping the next time I should not stop, from staring straight at the man on the shoulder for too long. On the TV, a laugh track rose and fell, just background noise, slightly out of sync with the movements of the actors' mouths. I realized I had not heard a joke. My thumb hovered over the screenshot like I could press through it if I tried. "Who are you?" I whispered, not sure if I was talking to her, or it, or both. There was no reply, of course. The phone was just glass and circuits and cached data. The messages were weeks old, whatever sent them long gone from that account. Still, I put the phone face down on the coffee table. The dark rectangle of it sat there between me and the TV, a little black mirror. I tried to focus on the show, on the comfortable nonsense of other people's fake problems. The apartment chose that moment to do its trick. The fridge shut off mid-hum. The heater cut. The upstairs footsteps paused. The TV's sound dropped out. Mouths still moving on screen in perfect silence. 1 second of mechanical hush fell over everything, thick as a blanket. In that dense quiet, I had the distinct, crawling sense that I was no longer the only one looking down at my own phone. The feeling was specific and sharp. The sense of someone standing next to the couch, close enough that if I rolled onto my side, my face would be inches from their torso. Someone leaning forward slightly, head tilted, peering at the black screen I had just turned away, like they were reading over my shoulder. The silence broke. The fridge kicked back on. The heater exhaled. The TV's canned laughter rushed in too loud. I did not reach for the phone again that night. I lay there in the half-light, eyes fixed on the ceiling, knowing that somewhere between a girl in a hospital miles away and the stretch of black water on Packer, something had found a vocabulary it liked, and I was now one of the people it had chosen to speak to. 6.1. Confession to a coworker. At some point, you hit a limit on how much horror you can keep in your own head before it starts leaking out around the edges. For me, that point came on a Tuesday night that felt like every other Tuesday night until it did not. We had just finished another closing shift. The store was in that strange, hollow state where all the customers are gone and the overhead music is off. But the lights are still too bright, and the refrigeration units keep humming like a distant engine. The air smelled like old mop water, cardboard, and that faint metallic tang the coin trays leave on your skin. I was in the break room, sitting at the same plastic table where this whole thing had started for me, back when River Girl was just a piece of gossip and not someone whose name I whispered to myself in the dark. The break room looked as it always did. Off-white walls scuffed at chair height, bulletin board with faded flyers, a clock that was always 3 minutes fast. The vending machine in the corner hummed and clicked, cycling its little refrigeration unit. The fridge made occasional shuddering sounds, like it was resentful about being old and overworked. The soda machine gave a soft thunk each time it refilled its lines. Jess sat across from me, scrolling on her phone, shoes half untied, hair pulled into a loose knot that had seen better hours. An energy drink sweated faintly on the table beside her. "You good?" she asked without looking up. "You've been making the haunted face at the wall for 5 minutes." "I always look like this," I said. "Nah," she said, flicking her eyes up at me with a small grin. "Usually you're like 70% less corpse." I tried to smile back, but it did not quite happen. My fingers were tapping a jittery rhythm against the table without my consent. The thing about keeping everything inside is that it gives you the illusion of control. As long as the story stays in your head, you can rearrange it, excuse it, reshape it as a series of coincidences. Once it's spoken out loud, it solidifies into something else. I realized, sitting there in the ugly fluorescent light, that I needed it to solidify, or I was going to break. "Can I tell you something without you calling a therapist on me?" I asked. Jess set her phone down face up, the screen still glowing. "We'll see," she said. "On a scale from 1 to I talk to my toaster, where are we?" "Like a strong 8, I said, "but no appliances." "Hit me." So I did. I started with the part everyone already knew. The girl in the road, the call to 911, the cops, the EMTs. That night on Packer Drive when I almost ended a stranger's life at 2 a.m. Jess nodded along, and I could see in her face that she had heard this version before, the sanitized one that had made its way through the store. But I did not stop there. I told her about the slap on the car door as I passed the girl, the exact sound of it, the way I had felt it in my teeth, the wet handprints that showed up on my driver's side door the next morning, with no footprints around them in the damp asphalt. I told her about the damp passenger floor mat with no leak, no spilled drink, no snow. I told her about the apartment, the mechanical hush, the sink splash, the feeling that the building was listening, the 1 second of silence where something else's sounds pushed through. Her smirk faded somewhere in there. She stopped checking her phone. "Okay, that's creepy," she said quietly when I described the splash in the sink, the hand I imagined slapping up against the drain. I kept going. I told her about the message request from Riverfog, how the words had crawled under my skin. "Thank you anyway." "You did not stop. You were right not to." I told her how the account had no face, no history, nothing behind it, how it vanished when I blocked it, leaving only screenshots on my phone and a wake in my memory. She made a face when I said the name. "Riverfog?" she repeated. "Like the creepiest aesthetic Tumblr handle ever?" "Yeah," I said. "Funny, right?" It did not sound funny when I said it out loud. I told her about the stairwell, the wet footprints climbing up toward my door on a dry night, the circle of dampness right in front of my apartment, the whispered hello down the hall with no one there, followed by the drip into the dry stainless bowl. Jess's hands had gone still on the table. The vending machine hummed behind her. The clock ticked a little too loud. "Dude," she said softly, "are you sure you didn't fall and hit your head at some point in here?" "That would be comforting," I said. "Then it would all be one big concussion dream." But no. I told her about the forced detour back to Packer, the GPS rerouting over and over until the river road was the only viable choice. Her eyebrows went up at that. Technology possessed by ghosts, she said. Solid trope. Then I told her the part I had not told anyone. The Bluetooth connection. How river fog had appeared as a device on my dash display, where no such thing existed in my phone's settings. How the breathing had come quietly through the speakers, like someone lying right behind my seat, trying not to be heard. How the sound of droplets had followed, hitting something plastic or rubber in slow, deliberate intervals. I showed her, hands hovering in midair, exactly where on the screen the words "River Fog Connected" had appeared. That was when she stopped interrupting altogether. By the time I got to the dry man on the shoulder, the tall figure in the dark coat standing in that ring of not wet, while everything else dripped around him. Jess had tucked her legs up under her on the chair, like she wanted fewer points of contact with the break room floor. "You're making this up," she said, but she did not sound sure. "I wish," I said. I told her about his half-step toward the lane as I passed, the way I had refused to look directly at his hood-shadowed face. I told her about the clicking disconnect, the way the breathing had shut off as I cleared him. Then I told her about the dashcam, that there had been no man on Packer in the footage, just road, rail, fog. That the only strange thing the camera had captured was not outside the car at all. I took my phone out and queued up the saved clip, the one I had copied from my laptop for exactly this reason and exactly this moment. When I handed it to her, my hand shook a little. She watched in silence as the car in the video moved along the dark curve. At first it looked like nothing, a late-night drive through nowhere. "Keep your eye on the passenger window," I said, my voice lower than I meant it to be. "Top right." The first time the warped, pale face slid into view, she flinched, shoulders jerking up. "Jesus," she said. We watched it a second time. This time she held the phone closer, thumb hovering over the pause control. She stopped it on the frame where the features warped into full view. Hair stuck to her cheeks, eyes too wide, mouth just beginning to open. "That's..." Jess started, then cut herself off. "That's who I almost hit," I said. "At least that's who I think it is. That's how she looked on the road. Except in the reflection, she's inside." Jess's eyes flicked up from the screen to my face, then back down again. "Could be a glitch," she said, but it came out thin. "Sure," I said. "Could be." She scrubbed through frame by frame the way I had, watching the thin trail of water slide down the inside of the passenger door panel and vanish in a jump cut. Her breath got shallower as she did. When the clip ended, she stared at the black screen of the player for a few seconds before hitting back. "Okay," she said finally. "Okay, that's a lot." The fridge in the corner kicked louder for a second and then settled. The break room clock ticked over from 2:04 to 2:05 a.m. "So," I said, forcing a weak laugh, "still think this is just me watching too many horror channels?" She leaned back in her chair, rubbing a hand over her face. "Honestly, a part of me wants to say yes, because that would be the safest answer," she said. "But that..." She lifted the phone a little. "That's not just vibes. That's pixels. That's something." I let out a tight breath I had not realized I was holding. Just having someone else see it, acknowledge that it was not entirely in my head, loosened something in my chest, even as it made the whole situation feel more real. "So what do I do?" I asked. "Move? Stop driving? Get a priest? Get a therapist?" "Yes," she said immediately. "All of the above. But..." She bit her lip, thinking, the way she does when she is trying to solve some dumb scheduling conflict at the register. "Look," she said, This thing, if it's a thing, it keeps interacting with you on the road, through cameras, through the car, right? Yeah, I said slowly. And you already caught whatever that is. She held up my phone again. Once. On accident. With a dash cam that does not even have decent stabilization. I frowned. So, she said, leaning forward, voice dropping without her really meaning it to. What if we tried to catch it on purpose? I blinked. Jess, I'm trying not to meet it halfway. I get that, she said quickly. I do. And if you tell me drop it, I'll drop it. But listen, right now you're alone with this. It's you, your car, your haunted apartment, your little ghost GoPro. You are just reacting every time something happens, hoping it stops. How's that working out? I did not answer. I did not have to. What if we go out there together? She continued. In my car. I'll drive. You can sit passenger or behind, whatever. We bring my phone, maybe your dash cam. Set up something in the back window too. Drive the Packer stretch once or twice. If nothing happens, then you have at least tried to confront it, and maybe your brain chills out a bit. If something does happen, she lifted her shoulders, then maybe we get it on more than just a single warped reflection. Maybe we understand it better. Maybe we take that to someone who does know what to do with this kind of thing. Hell, maybe we end up rich on some horror channel. Real river entity caught on camera, not clickbait. She was joking at the end there, but only about 50%. The idea hit me in two directions at once. On one side, absolutely not. Every nerve in my body screamed at the thought of voluntarily going back there at night with the intention of making contact. It felt like inviting a break-in. On the other side, relief, because she was right. Right now, whatever this was had all the initiative. It chose when to drop the silence, when to breathe on my neck, when to show up in reflections. I just endured it. The thought of walking into its space with someone else beside me, cameras rolling, not as prey but as witnesses at least, was twistedly appealing. You already captured something once, Jess said softly, like she could see the war on my face. Maybe it was not just for you. The words hung between us, heavy, not just for me. The dash cam clip, the messages, the ways it kept making itself visible or audible just enough to be undeniable. Maybe it wanted to be seen, or maybe it wanted to see what I would do if I saw it clearly. Let me think about it, I said finally, voice hoarse. Good, she said. Think hard. And seriously, if you decide no, I won't bug you. But I don't like the idea of you being the only one in the building who knows the stairwell is leaking. We sat there in the hum of the break room a little longer. The vending machine clunked, resetting something. The fridge rattled briefly and then settled. At some point, the sounds all dropped out again for a single, too clean second. Jess did not seem to notice. She was looking at her phone again, scrolling through something mindless, letting her brain cool down. In that thin slice of hush, I felt the decision I knew I was going to make slide into place like a gear catching a tooth. Because whatever was waiting on Packer Drive had already followed me home. Maybe it was time to go back to where it started and see how much of it was really mine, and how much of it belonged to the river. 6.2. 2 cars by the river. We picked a night that did not have anything else attached to it. No work the next morning, no plans. Just a blank calendar square I could fill with something stupid or brave, depending on how you wanted to frame it. We met in the store parking lot after closing out a late shift 2 days later, because apparently there is no separation between work and whatever this is in my life anymore. Jess pulled up in her own car, a beat-up gray sedan with one mismatched hubcap, rolling down the window as I walked over. "You ready to go ghost fishing?" she said. "Not even a little bit," I said, and got in anyway. We did not take my Civic. That was her one non-negotiable. "If your car is already the main character in this haunting, I'm not putting it back on stage," she said. "We'll use mine. Fresh bait." She had cleared the passenger seat for me and thrown some junk in the back. Her dashboard was less cluttered than mine. No mounted phone, no dash cam. That part made me nervous, but she had a plan for that too. "Low tech," she said, holding up her phone. "Voice recorder app. Continuous. We let it roll the whole time. If anything weird happens, we'll have it. If nothing happens, we get a boring audio file of us breathing and talking trash, and you can maybe stop waiting for your walls to drip blood." We agreed to hit Packer after 1 a.m., give the world time to empty out a bit. By the time we left the city limits, the roads were mostly ours, just the occasional pair of headlights sliding past in the opposite lane. The closer we got to the river, the quieter we both got. Jess broke the silence by opening the voice recorder and tapping the red button. The screen glowed with a simple timer, numbers ticking up from SCSU Cavirgino. She set the phone in the cup holder between us, microphone pointing up. "For the benefit of whatever future YouTube viewers might exist," she said, pitching her voice a little too bright. "This is Jess and..." She glanced at me. "Me," I said. The idiot who agreed to this. "Driving north toward Packer Drive at..." "What time is it?" I checked her dash. 1:47 a.m. "At 1:47 a.m. on a perfectly normal, totally not cursed weekday night," she continued, "to see if the river wants to do its party tricks again." Her tone was joking, but her knuckles were white on the wheel. Outside, the sky was a flat, low lid of cloud. No stars, no moon. Just a reflected orange haze from the city far behind us. The trees along the road turned into dark columns as the streetlights thinned out. By the time we turned onto Packer, I could feel my pulse in my gums. The heater in Jess's car made a different sound than mine, more of a low whoosh than a hum. The fan rattled a little on the lower setting, like there was a leaf caught somewhere in the vent. My seatbelt vibrated occasionally against the pillar by my shoulder, a soft shh when the road got bumpier. The dash clock ticked over from 1:59 to 2 a.m. in pale green digits. Jess tried to keep talking as we drove, like she could beat the silence back with words. "If we die," she said, "I'm haunting your break room. I'm going to unplug the vending machine every time you try to get chips. If we die, I'm not coming back to work," I said. She snorted, and for a second, things felt almost normal. We rolled the windows up tight once the trees started crowding closer. The road wetly reflected our headlights. Blacktop turned mirror. The fog was patchy tonight, scattered in heavier strips along the ditches and over patches of low ground. "This is it?" she asked quietly as the road began to curve. "Not yet," I said. My throat felt tight. "Couple 100 yards." The voice recorder's timer read 0.1342 and climbing. All it had so far was our conversation, the soft rush of the heater, and the muted thump of the tires. Jess eased the car under the limit, fingers flexing on the steering wheel. We passed the little white sign warning about icy conditions. The guardrail began to appear and disappear in the wash of our headlights. The river sat out there in the dark on our right, invisible but heavy. "Okay," she said, exhaling. "Tell me when." "Right. About..." I swallowed. "Here." We were approaching the spot, I knew it by feel as much as sight now. The way the road dipped slightly. The way the trees parted just enough that, in daylight, you could see the faint sheen of water through the gaps. Jess pulled the car over to the shoulder a little before the place where I had first seen May. She slowed to a crawl, then coasted, letting the wheels roll over damp gravel. "I'm not stopping right on top of your trauma," she muttered. "We'll give it some space." We came to a stop. She shifted into park, but left the engine idling. "Lights?" she asked. The world outside the windshield glowed in the beams. Wet pavement, guardrail, fog. "Off," I said, and surprised myself with how certain it sounded. She hesitated, then twisted the stalk. The headlights went out. We were suddenly inside a small, dark capsule, only the dash lights and the faint blue of her phone providing any illumination. Outside, the night surged in close, like something pressing a face against the glass. The voice recorder kept counting. Through 1609, through 1610. I became hyper-aware of every tiny noise. The tick, barely audible, of cooling metal somewhere in the engine as it adjusted to being still. The soft tremor of the exhaust through the frame of the car. The faint squeak of Jess's coat as she shifted in her seat. My own breathing, too loud in my ears. We sat there, two people in a parked car on a river road, listening to ourselves exist. Jess cleared her throat. "So, for the record," she said, "my name is Jess, and if anything ridiculous happens, I expect at least 10,000 views on whatever compilation video it ends up in." I let out a shaky laugh. "You aiming low? I'm a realist." We fell quiet again. A minute passed, then two. Somewhere off to our right, I heard the faint rush of water. It was not a dramatic roar, just a low, constant movement, like someone shuffling blankets in the next room, the river doing what rivers do. Inside the car, our breath made small clouds that faded fast in the lingering heat. "Do you hear that?" Jess whispered. "What?" She frowned, tilting her head. "I thought I heard..." She trailed off, listening. So we both did. At first, it sounded like nothing more than the usual settling noises of a cooling car. But there was a pattern to it, irregular enough to be natural, regular enough to stand out. A faint plink on the roof. Then another, from a slightly different spot. "Is it raining?" I asked. Jess reached for the wiper stalk on instinct, then stopped herself. "Wipers are off," she said, "and the windshield's dry." We sat as another droplet hit, a small tap directly above my head. The fog outside looked the same, thick ribbons near the ground, no visible falling water. The pavement in front of us was its constant sheen of damp, no new ripples appearing. Another beat of sound landed near the back window. It was exactly like the noise from my kitchen sink in the hush moments. Individual drops hitting metal or plastic, not the general patter of rain. Jess's hand found the voice recorder and tilted it slightly, like angling a microphone toward a sound at a concert. "If there's a leak," she whispered, "I'm billing the river." The ticking of the dash clock cut through my focus. 2:13 a.m. We were not quite at the cursed number yet, but getting there. A thin, cold feeling slid down my spine. "Do you want to move?" Jess asked, keeping her voice low. "We can drive the stretch and then bail. We don't have to just sit." Before I could answer, the world in front of us changed. At first, it was just a bloom of light in the distance, a faint gray brightening between the trees, far down the curve of the road. Then it sharpened into two distinct points. Headlights, coming toward us. They were far enough away that they looked small, but the angle and the speed told me whoever it was doing at least the posted limit, maybe more. The beams bobbed slightly with the imperfections in the road, growing brighter with every second. Jess's shoulders tensed. "Okay," she said, voice suddenly all business. "We're not staying half in the lane with someone barreling down on us." She flicked the headlights back on. The inside of the car jumped into harsher relief. Shadows pushed back. The droplet sounds on the roof stopped as abruptly as if someone had turned off a tap. She shifted into drive, wheels crunching gravel as she eased the car fully onto the shoulder, nosing it closer to the guardrail so the lane was clear. "Just let them pass," I said. "We'll regroup." The other car came on fast, white beams cutting through the fog in a hard, bright spear. Its engine noise reached us a moment later, a steady growl building under the quiet. "See?" Jess said under her breath. "Just a normal—" She cut off, because the oncoming headlights swept over the bend, and for a split second, the road in front of them was lit like daylight. There, dead center in their lane, lay a figure. Horizontal, arms splayed just enough to break up the outline. Clothes dark and clinging. Hair spread in a wet halo around her head. From our angle, a little off to the side, it was like watching my own memory projected onto someone else's night. "Holy!" Jess hissed, slamming her foot on the brake even though we were already barely moving. My stomach dropped. My vision tunneled so fast it made me dizzy. It was the same position, the same unnatural slackness, the same impression that if you blinked, she might move. "Is that—" Jess started, voice climbing. These old car's brakes squealed, tires screaming as it tried to stop in time. The nose dipped hard, headlights jerking down and then up again as the driver swerved. For a terrifying second, I was sure we were about to watch a collision in real time, metal into bone, the thing I had narrowly avoided becoming the opening scene of someone else's nightmare. But the car missed. Barely. It swerved into the opposite lane, corrected, and shot past us in a wash of light and noise. In that wash, the figure on the road flickered. In the glare of the passing beams, I saw water spray upward, as if something had been lying in a shallow puddle. I saw the outline of limbs, the dark fall of hair. I could have sworn I saw a face turn just slightly toward us, eyes wide and black. Then the oncoming car was gone, taillights shrinking into the distance, leaving only the red smear of its afterimage on my retinas. The road ahead of us was empty. No body, no figure, just wet asphalt, guardrail, fog. Jess's breath came in quick, shallow bursts beside me. "Tell me you saw that," she whispered. "I saw something," I said, my own voice barely working. In the cup holder, the recorder kept counting, blind and patient, capturing the sound of our breathing, the fading rumble of the other car's engine, and the low, constant rush of the river that did not care who almost died on the road above it. 6.3. The pattern reveals itself. For a second or two, everything happened too fast for my brain to process it as anything but noise and light. The oncoming car's brakes screamed, high and animal, tires biting into wet asphalt. Its nose dipped, its headlights dove, and the beams flared across the lane like camera flashes. In that burst of white, the figure on the road snapped into awful clarity. It was not May. It was a man. He lay perfectly straight across the lane, perpendicular to the direction of traffic, arms slightly out from his sides as if someone had set him there with care. His clothes were wrong for the weather. Dark jeans, a gray shirt plastered to his back like he had just climbed out of a pool. Water gleamed on the fabric wherever the light hit, highlighting the ridges of his spine and shoulders. His face was turned down, pressed against the asphalt. I could not see his features, only the wet dark of his hair, slicked flat, and the pale curve of one ear. He did not flinch at the horn, did not tense as 2 tons of steel skidded toward him. He could have been asleep. He could have been dead. He was in the exact place you would have to be to force a choice. Far enough into the lane that you could not pretend he was just debris, centered enough that you could not ignore him without actively choosing to drive over him. Jess's hand flew to her mouth. "Oh my God," she breathed. The other driver did what I had done the first time, only more violently. The steering wheel must have jerked hard in their hands, because the car swung left, crossing the center line in a wild arc. Its horn blared, a raw, continuous blast, as if the driver's hand had locked on it in reflex. The headlights flared again as the suspension bounced, throwing warped shadows over the man's body. For one stretched-out moment, the geometry of it all lined up so perfectly that I was sure I was about to watch his head disappear under the grille. Then, miraculously, the car missed. It whipped past, close enough that I felt the whoosh of air hit Jess's sedan, rattling our frame. The sound of the engine roared by, receding almost before my ears caught up. Its taillights flashed red in our windshield, shrinking quickly as it sped away around the bend. The horn cut off mid-blast. Silence slammed down in its place. My heart hammered against my ribs. My hands had clamped around the edge of the seat without me noticing. I realized my foot was pressing into the floorboard like I had a phantom brake pedal there, as if I could have helped. "Call 911, Jess said, already fumbling for her phone with shaking fingers. "We just watched a hit and run, or almost. We need to..." "Wait," I said. My voice came out hoarse like I had been shouting, even though I had not. The man was still there, our headlights now back on, stretched down the road, cutting a pale corridor through the fog. At the very edge of that corridor, in the distance where the other car had swerved, the shape still lay across the lane. He had not moved, no attempt to push himself up, no twitch of limbs, no sign he was getting out of the way. Jess had her phone halfway unlocked. "He's going to get killed if someone else comes," she said. "We can't just sit." "I know," I said, though I was not sure who I was trying to convince. I squinted through the windshield, leaning forward, trying to force my eyes to focus. The distance between us and the prone figure seemed to stretch and contract in a sick way, like the road was breathing. "Pull up," I heard myself say. "Just a little, slowly." Jess shot me a look, but my tone must have landed because she shifted into drive and let the car roll forward at a crawl. The gravel under our tires gave way to smoother asphalt again. We inched closer. The figure stayed where it was. 10 yards. 8. 6. Our beams climbed his body. Feet. Legs. Torso. Something was wrong. Up close, the edges of him looked less solid than they had in the other car's headlights. The outline of his shoulders seemed to blur slightly where they met the pavement, like heat shimmer on a road in summer. The wet on his clothes gleamed too bright, too clean, every droplet catching the light in a way that did not quite match the rest of the scene. Jess's breathing got faster. "He's not moving," she whispered. 3 yards. 2. Then our own headlights hit the spot where his head should have been, and there was nothing there. No body, no man. Just an empty strip of road, glistening where the asphalt dipped slightly. Jess gasped. "Where did..." "There," I said, pointing. A dark streak ran along the lane where he had been, a long, irregular smear stretching from the center line toward the right, like something wet had been dragged or had slid slowly that direction. It was not red, not gore. just water. It glowed dully in our beams, liquid still moving. I watched a bead detach from the main streak and crawl toward the white edge line, gravity pulling it. The streak reached all the way to the base of the guardrail, where the road tilted down toward the ditch, and beyond that, the river. Small droplets pattered from the bottom of the metal rail, falling into unseen darkness. It looked less like the aftermath of someone being run over, and more like the aftermath of someone being taken back. Jess shut her mouth with an audible click. Her knuckles were white again on the wheel. "We both saw him," she said, very carefully. "You saw him in that other car's lights?" "Yes," I said. "And now he's gone?" "Yes." She swallowed, throat bobbing. "Okay, cool, great." The dash clock rolled over by 1 minute, indifferent. I sat back slowly, my head buzzing, because in that moment, with the wet streak creeping toward the guardrail and the smell of damp asphalt and engine heat filling the car, something clicked in my mind. Not a new piece of information, but a pattern revealing itself around all the fragments I already had. The girl in the road, the man in the road, the almost collision, the horn, the choice. Road plus river, body in the lane. Driver forced into deciding whether to stop or flee. It was the same scene, different cast. May had been the first version I had witnessed. Just a girl soaked to the bone, hands on the asphalt, crawling into my headlights, making me decide, brake and risk whatever stalker she thought was behind her, or keep rolling and risk turning her into a smear on my tires. The trucker in Australia, the stories online about people finding drunk strangers, unconscious figures, clowns in the road. Now this man, lying so perfectly in the center of that lane, he might as well have been drawn there. It all felt like variations on one script. Somewhere under the surface of the river, or behind the skin of the world where the fog thickened, something had found a setup it liked. A favorite game. Same template, different faces. "Do you still want to call 911? I asked quietly. Jess stared at the long, wet streak, then at the empty road beyond it. "What would I say?" she whispered. "There was a guy. Then he wasn't." I did not have an answer. We sat there until the wet line on the asphalt lost some of its sheen, sinking into the black, becoming just another darker patch on an already damp road. Long after we left Packer, the smell of wet metal and that drag line on the pavement followed us. Back at my apartment, neither of us said much. We went straight to the couch, plugged her phone into my laptop, and pulled the audio file off the recorder. It was almost an hour long. "Skip ahead," Jess said. Her voice sounded thin. "To when the other car shows up." I scrubbed through until I recognized the low rumble of the distant engine, the point where our banter died and both of us went quiet. We listened in real time, our breathing, the faint ticking of something in the dash, the soft whoosh of the heater. Then, faint at first, the plink of the phantom droplets on the roof. "I can hear it," Jess murmured. That wasn't just in our heads. The recording captured the approaching engine, the horn, the scream of brakes. In the tiny laptop speakers, it sounded far away and too close at the same time. I winced as the tires shrieked. On the waveform, the sound spiked, a jagged wall of blue. We listened as the other car roared past, as Jess sucked in a breath, as I muttered something half-formed. Then there was a gap, a brief drop in volume, not total silence, but a thinning out. The heater noise and engine hum dipped like someone had turned them down a notch. In that small pocket of softer sound, something else was there. "Wait," Jess said sharply. "Go back, just a little." I dragged the cursor back a few seconds and hit play again, hand hovering over the spacebar. Engine, horn, tires, dip. In that dip, under the hiss of the road and the low rush of air, a voice threaded through. It was faint enough that if you were not listening for it, you could miss it completely. High, but not childlike. Soft, but clear in a way that did not match the room tone, like it had been laid on top of the recording after the fact. There was a small lilt to the vowels, the kind of slight accent people online had argued about in comment sections. Is she Chinese? Japanese? Something else? 3 words, then 3 more. Don't stop. A beat. He likes when they stop. Goosebumps crawled up my arm so fast it felt like my skin had been dropped in ice water. Jess flinched like she had been slapped. "Nope," she said immediately, voice cracking. "Nope, nope, that's... Play it again." I did. Twice. The second time I closed my eyes. The voice was not coming from either of us. Our own breathing and whispered curses sat in a different layer, closer to the mic, rougher. This voice rode above all of it, as if it were speaking into a space that was not entirely the same as the one we were sitting in. But the phrasing. I had seen her words in text. He doesn't like it when cars stop. He doesn't like when they look right at him. Now I heard them bent a different way, like a warning and a dare at once. Don't stop. He likes when they stop, like it wanted to see what we would do with that contradiction. Jess pushed back from the table so fast her chair skidded, wheels squealing on the cheap vinyl. "I'm done," she said. Her hands were shaking. "I'm so done. Whatever that is, that's not my house is maybe haunted, haha. That's bigger." She gestured in the air, fingers clawing slightly, as if trying to grab a word that would not come. "Bigger than a ghost story," she finished weakly. "Dude, this is... I don't know what this is, but I'm not signing up for a sequel. I'm serious. Don't ask me to go back out there again." "I won't," I said, and meant it in that moment. She grabbed her coat, still muttering under her breath, half jokes, half prayers, and left in a hurry, the apartment door clicking shut behind her a little harder than usual. The room felt wrong after she was gone. Too quiet, even with the fridge humming and the pipes knocking. On the laptop screen, the audio waveform sat frozen, a visual record of everything we had just heard. The rise and fall of noise, the sharp spikes of the horn, the thin, almost invisible sliver where that voice lived. I stared at it, and the pattern that had begun on the road settled fully into place in my mind. It was not just about me stumbling into a one-off weird night. It was not just about May's episode. This thing, whatever it was, had traffic. It was using roads and rivers and human fear like a circulatory system, sending the same scenario down different veins. Bodies in lanes, drivers forced to decide in a split second if they would stop, swerve, or keep going. We had thought we were just watching. But with our dash cams and recorders and terrified attention, we were part of the mechanism now. Little nodes in whatever network it was spinning between pavement and water and glass. We were not just witnesses standing on the shoulder anymore. We were in the flow. 7.1, writing to the channel. Right now, it is 2:18 a.m., and I am sitting at the tiny kitchen table in my apartment, typing this out on a cheap laptop that sounds like it is about to overheat. The digital clock on the stove across from me glows a washed-out green. 2:18. The colon between the numbers blinks every second, a slow, steady pulse. Behind me, the fridge is doing its usual rattling hum, the motor kicking in and out like it is breathing through bad lungs. The wall heater under the window pushes out a low stream of warm air that smells faintly of dust. Somewhere inside the wall to my right, a pipe ticks every so often as water moves through it, like someone tapping a pencil behind the drywall. Upstairs, my neighbor's TV murmurs through the ceiling. I cannot make out the words, just the rise and fall of voices and the occasional canned burst of laughter. The only real light in the room is the cold blue rectangle of my laptop screen. It paints my hands in a sickly glow as they move over the keyboard, throws pale reflections onto the cabinet doors and the metal rim of the sink. The rest of the kitchen falls off into softer shadow. The trash can by the fridge, the narrow strip of hallway leading to the door, the blank white of the wall where I never got around to hanging anything. I am writing this for a horror channel, not for the police. I tried that route already, sort of. I gave them my dash cam. I answered their questions about that night on Packer. I watched an officer's face carefully not react while I described a girl crawling out of a ditch and lying across the lane. I listened to the word dissociative get used like a bandage, and fugue state soaked up everything that did not fit neatly into their boxes. What I am going to tell you now does not fit into any box that gets stamped with a case number and filed in a system. If I walked into a station and said, "Hey, I think the river is teaching something how to play with traffic," I know exactly what would happen. I would become a footnote in someone else's report. The scared night shift guy with insomnia and too much internet. Best case scenario, they suggest I talk to someone. Worst case, they decide I am the problem and start looking at me harder than they look at the road. So I am telling you instead. You, the voice behind videos with titles like 3 Unexplained Highway Encounters and True Late Night Road Horror Stories. You, the person people send their confessions to when they do not know what else to do with them. I am not naive. I know this might end up as content. A thumbnail, a title, some animated text over a dark stock photo of a wet road and a broken guardrail. A story for people to listen to in the background while they fall asleep or drive home from their own late shifts. That is fine. I am not looking for closure. I do not expect you to fix anything. I just need this out of my head and into some kind of container that is not just me. So here is the short version, in case whoever is reading this needs to decide whether to keep going. A couple months ago, driving home from a closing shift at a grocery store off East Beltline near Grand Rapids, Michigan, I got detoured onto Packer Drive, the road that runs alongside the Rogue River. It was a cold, foggy night. The highway was closed. The detour sign pushed me onto a road I had never used before. On that road, around 2:30 a.m., I saw a woman crawling up out of the ditch, soaked head to toe, dragging herself onto the asphalt. Dark clothes plastered to her skin, hair streaming water onto the lane. I almost hit her. I swerved at the last second, felt something slam against my passenger side door, like a wet hand or body part slapping the metal. I drove past. I did not stop right then, not like a hero in a movie. I pulled over down the road, shaking, and called 911. I described her, the exact spot, everything I could remember. EMS came. Cops came. They told me later she was alive, hypothermic, disoriented, grad student from Kalamazoo, missing for 2 days, found because some idiot who almost killed her at least had the decency to call for help. After that, things kept going. I found mud handprints on my car door the next morning with no footprints leading away. Damp in my passenger side with no leak. 1-second pockets of absolute mechanical silence in my apartment, where, in the middle of that hush, I would hear water drip or something inhale. I got a message online from an empty account called River Fog. No picture, no friends. Just 3 lines. Thank you anyway. You did not stop. You were right not to. I blocked it. I saw wet footprints in my stairwell climbing up toward my door on a dry night. I heard someone say hello down the hallway when there was no one there. I got forced back onto Packer Drive again by another closure. My GPS rerouted me in circles until the river road was the only sane option. On that drive, my car's Bluetooth connected to something calling itself River Fog, even though nothing by that name existed in my phone. A voice breathed through my speakers, and water dripped from nowhere while the dash screen insisted it was connected. I saw a man standing dry on the shoulder in the middle of fog and wet pavement, like he was in his own pocket of weather. When I checked my dash cam later, he was not there. But a pale, warped face was reflected in the passenger window, inside the car, leaving little trails of water on the interior door panel that vanished between frames. I found out the girl's name was May, or May. I found posts about her saying she felt watched when she drove past the river in Kalamazoo, that she heard footsteps outside her apartment at 3 a.m., that she joked before she disappeared. If I disappear, blame the river. It keeps calling when I drive past it, LOL. Friends who visited her in the hospital later said she kept muttering things like, "He doesn't like it when cars stop. He doesn't like when they look right at him," and "Someone saw me and didn't stop. It's probably better that way." Those phrases matched the messages I got too closely to be coincidence. I went back out there with a coworker, Jess. We parked near the spot with her voice recorder running. We heard water hitting the roof when there was no rain. We watched another car nearly plow into a man lying in the road, only for that body to vanish when our own headlights hit it, leaving nothing but a long, wet smear on the asphalt, dragging toward the guardrail. When we listened back to the audio, there was a moment, right as the other driver swerved and nearly killed that man, where the heater noise and engine hum dipped, and a woman's voice came through the recording, soft, and with that same almost Asian lilt everyone online argued about. "Don't stop. He likes when they stop." Jess said she was done, that whatever this is, it is bigger than a ghost story. She might be right. I do not know what to call it. I just know there is a pattern now. River, road, body in the lane, driver forced into a split-second choice. It is like something has figured out how to set up the same sick scenario over and over with different actors. And I know, for reasons I do not fully understand, that it keeps circling back to me, to my car, my apartment, my devices, my attention. Right now, the only control I feel like I have is this. I can decide who hears it, how it gets told. So I am telling you. I am telling whoever is listening to this being read out loud, maybe in their own kitchen, or in their car, or in bed with their headphones in. I am telling you exactly what is happening to me as I type. The keys make a soft clack, clack, clack under my fingers. The touchpad clicks when I scroll back up to reread sentences, to make sure I have not left out anything important. Every so often, the fridge's motor hiccups and restarts. The heater's fan rises and falls in a steady, low exhale. The clock on my stove changes. 2:19. The colon blinks. The pipes tick again behind the wall. I glance at the laptop's system clock down in the corner. It matches the stove. I keep typing, fingers moving faster now, trying to get as much of this down in one push as I can. I do not know why it feels important to reach a certain point before time catches up, but it does. The TV upstairs clicks off suddenly, cutting the muffled voices mid-word. My own apartment noise feels louder when that layer is gone. I can hear the faint rush of the highway in the distance through my closed window. The occasional car passes, its tires whispering on pavement. 2:20. The stomach-tightening part of this, the thing that makes me keep looking at the clock more than I should, is that I know what's coming. I know that 2:23 has been the number stamped into too many parts of this story. The timestamp on my dash cam, the moment the Bluetooth name showed up, the minute when the breathing got loudest. Right now it is 2:20, and I am sitting at my kitchen table telling strangers on the internet about a river that likes to put people in the road. My fingers are starting to tremble. I can feel sweat trickling down my spine beneath my t-shirt, even though the apartment is not that warm. The stove clock flips to 2:21. I hear the upstairs neighbor's toilet flush faintly, water rushing through the pipes. Someone laughs quickly in the hallway, and then a door shuts. Life going on, completely oblivious. The page in front of me is crowded now with words. I scroll back up, then back down, cursor blinking on a new line. I realize suddenly that if this ends up as a video, you might be listening to this exact part at night too. Maybe in your car. Maybe at your own kitchen table with your own fridge humming, your own heater running, your own clock ticking towards some specific time. Maybe you will glance at it right now without really knowing why. The colon on my stove clock blinks. 2:22. The fridge hums, stumbles slightly, and recovers. The heater gives a faint rattling cough from the vent, and then smooths out again. I keep typing. I can feel something like pressure building in the room. Not a sound yet, just a sense that everything is leaning towards the same point. Like the second before a storm breaks, when the air goes flat and your ears ring. I do not know exactly what will happen this time at 2:23. I only know that every place this has touched, the car, the road, the hospital, the audio, has used that moment like a pin on a map. The cursor blinks on the next sentence. The stove clock, in the corner of my eye, is one blink away from changing. 7.2. The 1 second of silence. The stove clock hits 2:23 while I am literally typing the words "river fog connected" into this document. The colon between the numbers blinks once. At the exact same time, the sound in my apartment folds in on itself. The fridge cuts off mid-hum, like someone yanked the plug out of the wall. The heater fan under the window winds down in a low, dying sigh, and then stops. The faint rush of water in the pipes stalls. Even the distant hiss of the highway through the glass feels like it gets pulled back a few feet, muted. Upstairs, the neighbor's TV shuts off so abruptly, I know it was not them turning it off. The laughter we heard half a second ago is sliced clean out of the air. For the first time since I have lived here, the building is perfectly, mechanically silent. Not quiet. Silent. The keys under my fingers stop clicking. I freeze in place, hands hovering above the laptop, breathing through my mouth because I suddenly feel like my nose is too loud. My own heartbeat slams in my ears, too big for my chest. It is the exact same feeling I had in the car on Packer, in that 1 second hush before the breathing came in through the speakers. The sense that every machine around me has stepped aside to make room for something else to be heard. I do not look at the stove clock. I do not need to. I know what it says. There is a fizzing in the air, a kind of pressure that makes my skin feel too tight. I sit very still in the laptop's pale glow, waiting for whatever is going to break the silence. It comes as a sound barely louder than a finger tapping glass. Plink. A single drop of water hitting something soft. It does not come from the sink behind me. It does not come from the bathroom. It comes from the left, near the front door. Another drop. Plink. I turn my head slowly. like I am trying not to spook an animal. From where I sit at the kitchen table, I can see most of the short hallway that leads to the door. The overhead light in that space is off, but there is just enough ambient spill from the laptop and the street lamp outside for me to make out shapes. The coat hooks on the wall, the outline of my shoes by the mat, the rectangle of the door itself. On the cheap brown carpet just inside the door, about a foot in from the threshold, something dark is spreading. At first it looks like a shadow, then one more drop falls from nothing I can see, hits that same spot with a tiny, precise sound, and the dark patch blooms out a little farther in all directions. There is nothing hanging above it. No wet coat, no dripping umbrella, no boots on the hook. The metal latch of the door is dry, the chain glinting faintly. The ceiling over that patch is the same popcorn texture as always. The water is materializing in midair and dropping straight down, forming a small, irregular puddle on the mat. My chair creaks when I shift. The sound seems too loud in the tense air, like it does not belong. I tell myself I am not going to get up and walk toward that door. That is how people die in movies. They go investigate. They stick their heads into the mouth of the thing that has been circling them. Another drop falls. This one lands just ahead of the main patch, a little closer to me. The two wet spots connect slowly, crawling toward each other across the fibers. The line they form is not random. It is angled toward the kitchen, toward the table, toward me, plink. Another drop appears, farther along, as if someone is drawing a path from the door to where I am sitting, one bead of water at a time. Each droplet hits nothing but air on the way down, leaving no trail, only the mark where it lands. The appliances are still dead quiet. The heater is still. The fridge is a dark, heavy shape in the corner, its motor silent. No pipes tick. No upstairs neighbor moves. All I can hear is my own breathing, the drum of my heart, and the methodical, patient drip of water as it sketches a damp line across my floor. On the table beside the laptop, my phone wakes up. The screen flares to life on its own, casting a second rectangle of light over my hands. I jump, a tiny, helpless jerk in my shoulders. There is no incoming call, no text, just a notification banner sliding down from the top edge of the screen. Bluetooth pairing request, connecting to device. River fog. The exact wording I saw on my car dash. The same capitalization, the same spacing. Except this is my phone, sitting on my kitchen table, not connected to any car, not in range of anything but my own aging Bluetooth speaker under the TV that is currently powered off. My thumb twitches toward the screen and stops. In the lower right corner of my laptop, the system tray pings softly. A sound Windows makes when something connects or disconnects. A small text bubble appears above the volume icon. New audio device detected. River fog. Connected. For a moment, I think I am imagining it, that my brain has finally decided to help the story along, filling in hallucinations where reality is not quite dramatic enough. Then the laptop's built-in speakers, which have been silent this whole time, emit a sound that I remember too well. Breathing. Slow, measured inhales and exhales, like whoever is making them has all the time in the world. It is not coming from a file. There is no media player open. The sound is just there, laid directly on top of the quiet. In the car, it sounded like the person was lying behind my seat, trying not to be heard. Here, it sounds like they are just off to my right, standing. Close enough that if I reached out without looking, my hand might brush their arm. The first inhale drags in low, a slight wetness at the edges, like the lungs it is filling are still learning how to work in air again. The exhale is longer, a soft, damp sigh that seems to cool the skin along the side of my neck. I stare straight ahead at the laptop screen, refusing to turn my head. The cursor is still blinking where I stopped typing. The half-finished sentence on the page now reads, on my dash screen it said, river fog, connected, and then the breathing started. The rest is empty. On the floor, another drop falls. The wet trail has advanced. It now lies a few feet from the leg of my chair, glistening faintly. The path from the door to me is almost complete. My phone, still lit, vibrates once. Not hard, just a small buzzing shiver against the wood tabletop. The Bluetooth request prompt vanishes and is replaced by another message. Connected to river fog. A small speaker icon appears in the corner of the notification. The breathing in the room gets a shade louder, picking up a new layer, like another pair of lungs has joined the first. For a second, it creates a strange stereo effect, the sound bouncing between the laptop speakers and some point in the air that has no visible source. Then it sinks, the timing of each inhale and exhale lining up perfectly. Inhale, hold, exhale. The stove clock in my peripheral vision still says 2:23. The colon blinks, but the minute does not change. Time feels stuck, held in place with me inside it. I feel something cold brush the back of my calf, just above my sock. I flinch so hard the chair legs scrape against the tile. I look down without meaning to. The wet trail has reached me. It touches the base of my chair and pools there, a small, shining puddle that soaks into the cuff of my pant leg. A chill climbs my skin from contact, deep and penetrating, not like normal water. It feels more like the echo of river temperature in January, something that has been cold for a long, long time. In the laptop's reflection on the dark window over the sink, I can see my own hunched shape at the table, the faint halo of the screen around my head. Behind me, in that warped glass, a second shape seems to stand at my shoulder. A taller smudge, darker than the rest of the room, head bent as if reading over what I have written. Another inhale fills the apartment, very close to my ear now. The speakers crackle slightly, like a throat clearing. Whoever is breathing, and I am past pretending it is just whoever, knows exactly where I am, what I am doing, and that I am writing this for people who like to listen to other people's fear for fun. The cursor on the screen blinks. I have the sudden, sickening sense that I am not the only one telling this story anymore. 7.3. The last drip, I am still at the table. The wet chill has already climbed a few inches up my pant leg, soaking into my skin, but I have not moved my feet. The breathing is in my right ear and in the laptop speakers at the same time. Every inhale and exhale matched like a metronome. The smart thing to do would be to stand up, grab my keys, and walk out. Or at least flick on every light and prove to myself there is nothing behind me except air and bad wiring. I am not doing either of those things. I keep my hands on the keys. I tell myself that as long as I am typing, as long as the story is moving forward in words, it cannot move forward in whatever other way it wants to. It is a lie, but it is the only one I have left. So I write this down for you exactly as it is happening. I am not getting up. I am not checking the hallway. I have seen this pattern before, on the road, in the car, on the dash. Every time I have tried to look straight at it, it has found a new angle. Every time someone stops or turns or doubles back, it seems happy to rewrite the scene. If I stand up right now and turn around, I know, in that deep animal part of my brain, that I am not going to see something I can ever forget. So instead, I keep my eyes on the screen. The laptop clock in the corner says 2:23 a.m. It has said that for what feels like a long time. I do not know if the system is actually frozen or if the seconds are still ticking up behind that number, and I just cannot see them. Like there is a delay between whatever this is and my normal sense of time. The stove across from me still says 2:23:2. Its colon blinks, then blinks again, but the numbers never roll over. The room is layered in sound now, thin but distinct. First, the breathing. It is not ragged or monstrous. It is painfully normal. Human lungs filling and emptying, steady and unhurried. That is what makes it worse. It sounds like someone is standing next to me who has every right to be here. Second, the water. The drops no longer fall only by the door. They hit near the leg of the table now, each one landing with a soft, precise pit on the vinyl tile, then joining the small spreading pool around my chair. Every droplet is its own event. There is no background patter, just isolated impacts in a room otherwise stripped of noise. Third, the world outside. I can see the faint glow of the street lamp through the cloudy window. Cars still pass out there occasionally. I see their headlights slide briefly across the blinds, shadows shifting on the walls. But the sound of them is thin, distant, like someone turned the volume way down. I hear the faintest whisper of tires on wet pavement, but the usual rise and fall of engine noise is almost gone. It is like the road itself has been muted. The building's systems remain dead. No fridge hum, no heater fan, no pipes, no TV upstairs, no neighbor walking across their floor. Just me, my keyboard, the breath that is not mine, and the water seeping slowly into the floor. I keep typing. My fingers are stiff, but they move. Each small click of the keys feels like it is happening in someone else's house. At some point in the middle of all this, a smell drifts into the room. It is not the usual apartment scents. Old coffee, cleaning spray, whatever my neighbor cooked hours ago. This is colder, sharper, a river smell. Anyone who has spent time near real water knows it. That mix of wet rock, rotting leaves, algae, and chilled mud. A mineral tang that sits in the back of your throat. It smells like metal and moss and distance. The problem is, it is not coming from the sink or the bathroom or the open window. It is coming from below, from the direction of the floor under my feet, from the direction of the parking lot, from the exact spot in my mind's map where my Civic sits under the sodium lights in the cracked asphalt, 3 stories down. I cannot see the car from here. My apartment faces the other way, but as the smell grows stronger, I have this sudden, irrational certainty that the air around that car is not the same as the air around the other vehicles in the lot. I picture it without meaning to. My Civic parked in its usual crooked space, silver paint faintly reflecting the yellow-orange from the lamp. Windshield clouded with the slight fog that comes from temperature shift. And around it, instead of empty night air, I imagine a low, creeping layer of mist up to the door handles. Not the natural kind that drifts over a field. The kind I saw on Packer, clinging to the ditch, crouched low over the water. My stomach turns. It is an insane thought, but it presses in anyway. The car is not just sitting in a lot. It is still on that road by the river, in some other way of counting space. Some part of it has not finished that drive. Some part of it never left the shoulder. Some part of me did not either. On the table, my phone vibrates again, short and sharp. The Bluetooth notification disappears, replaced by something else. A banner sliding down from the top of the screen, white on black. Message from unknown, no number, no contact name, just unknown. My hands do not move to pick it up, but my eyes flick sideways to read the preview text. 2 lines. Sometimes I forget how I got here. Sometimes he does too. My mouth goes dry. I have blocked every account that ever sent me anything remotely connected to this. I have changed my privacy settings, my passwords, my recovery emails. There should not be a way for anything with that voice to reach me directly anymore. And yet, here it is. No handle this time, no aesthetic name, just unknown. Sometimes I forget how I got here. May driving north in the dark with no memory of why. My own car turning onto Packer even when I did not want it to. Sometimes he does too. I do not want to know who he is in that sentence. I do not want to know what it looks like when something that plays with roads and bodies and time loses track of its own position in the pattern. Another drop falls from the underside of the table. This is new. I watch it form on the edge of the wood, a perfectly clear bead swelling slowly until gravity wins and it falls. It hits the floor between my shoes and vanishes into the already damp patch with a tiny sound that the silence catches and holds. The tabletop is dry. I run my fingers over it, over the grain, over the spot where the drop appeared. No moisture, no condensation. I look back at the laptop. The document is long. Scrolling up would take a while. I do not. I stay on this last page, where the cursor waits for me to finish the thought. I know this is the part you will hear last, if this ever gets read out loud. The part they leave you with before the video cuts to an outro and a like and subscribe. So I will use it. If you are listening to this in your car, at night, with the road ahead of you narrowed into a tunnel of light and darkness pressing in on both sides, I want you to notice something you probably ignore. There is a moment on every drive, especially late, when all the little machines around you line up just right. The radio cuts to dead air between songs. The heater fan slips for half a beat. The hum of your tires on the pavement shifts as you cross from one surface to another. For just 1 second, everything in your world goes quiet. If you have never noticed it before, you will now. The next time that happens, when the fridge at home stops humming for no reason, or the AC and the highway and the neighbor's TV all pause together, or when you are on some empty stretch of road and the white noise of the world dips out, pay attention. Because that might be when he decides whether you stop or keep going, whether you see the person in the lane or drive on, whether you end up writing something like this to a stranger, trying to get it out of your head, or you become the shape someone else swerves around and never finds. The laptop fan stutters and then whirs back to life. The fridge kicks on in the corner with a shudder, its old compressor rattling like nothing has ever been wrong. The heater coughs once and pushes warm air out along the floor. Above me, the neighbor's TV snaps back to life mid-sentence, laughter spilling down through the thin ceiling. All the small sounds of the building return at once, rushing in like water when a dam breaks. For a heartbeat, it is almost enough to convince me that the last few minutes were just a panic attack with good production values. Except the water does not stop. One more drop falls from nowhere and lands beside my chair, joining the dark patch that should not exist. It takes its time sinking into the floor, as if whatever left it there has not quite decided whether it is finished with this room yet, or with me.